Okay. I think you should be able to hear me now. You guys put it in chat. Let me know if you could hear me. I don't know why that did that. I wasn't muted. It's something was wrong with my system. So you guys put it in chat. I want to make sure you can hear me and see me. Put it in chat. I want to make sure the sound is good, that you could hear me and see me. Put it in chat. Let's make sure. Okay, I am good now. Okay, thank you. Okay, Grandmaster is in the building. Jay Lord is in the building. Farouk Ahmad is in the building. Joe is in the building. Lynn D. You can see me and hear me loud and clear. Okay, what I was saying before technical difficulties, we do have some people that's going to stop by, some local YouTubers that's home of Detroit. So throughout the time that we're spending together, just to look at some of these results, these election results, we'll have some people stopping through, some guests. Okay, so without further ado, let's see if we could. Let's see. No, I don't want to do that. I want to share with someone. We could go back. I wanted to, you guys get your take on in 2020, 2016, 2020, and now. Okay, so in 2016, Donald Trump, he was running first time. Well, not the first time, because he ran a long time ago. I didn't know that. He ran, I think, back in 2000. He was from a different party affiliation, but it didn't really go nowhere. But, back in 2016, he ran against Hillary Clinton. He actually became the Democratic nominee or Republican nominee. Okay, so everybody thought it was a joke. They didn't think Donald Trump was going to go very far in his, campaign. But lo and behold, they underestimated him, and he ended up winning the presidency. And I just want to go back, take a trip back on memory lane. Okay. I don't know if you guys remember this. I don't know if you guys remember this, what happened when Donald Trump actually was elected. He was elected, and it seemed like people lost their damn mind. They lost their mind off of Trump winning. Now, this first video that I'm sharing with you, this is basically under 2 minutes, and it's showing how Trump was taking, some of these states, and the polling favored Clinton all the way through the election, all the way through or up until the election point. All the polling data was favoring Hillary Clinton, and so they thought Hillary Clinton, she was going to win by a landslide, and that did not happen. I believe Hillary Clinton ended up getting a popular vote, and Donald Trump ended up getting the electoral college vote. So this is like a 2-minute synopsis of a 2016 election.
This is where we stood coming into the night, 268 to 204, so clearly an advantage for Secretary Clinton.
Take a look here. If Donald Trump wins tonight, no matter who they voted for, take a look at these numbers here. 21% say they'll be concerned. 37% say they'll be scared.
This is what both candidates want. They want to be living there starting January 20th of next year. Florida has been going back and forth, just changed again. It's only 11,000 vote lead just now. It changed.
Math on your feet. I like this.
the Empire State Building in New York City. Take a look at our running tally of the electoral vote. Anderson, this night is turning out to be a real nail-biter.
All along, the Trump campaign has been saying that Florida's a must-win for them. And I mean,
they can't win without it.
Donald Trump will carry the state of Florida.
You know, I'm guessing that the people in Brooklyn, I can see their fingers
That's
probably.
the Hillary Clinton headquarters.
Yeah, fingers probably bleeding because there's no more nail to bite.
I wouldn't call anything encouraging for Hillary Clinton at the moment, to be honest with you, my friend.
Wolf, the scene here is so different than it was a few hours ago when people were happy and relaxed. I have been looking around the room at people who are stone-faced. Some of them have been crying.
This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president.
This is the people rising up saying it's time to listen to us. It's time to listen to us in Michigan and Wisconsin and work for the people.
Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede the race.
And lo and behold, he did not.
There was a moment there where I really thought
He did not recede because he ended up winning. Now this is I guess video is the protest, and it's giving you a warning. This is from The Guardian. You know, they're probably pretty much one-sided, but this is the video that the people actually took to the streets. I mean, across several different cities because Donald Trump actually won.
I'll just make my point. All of us here, whether we're women, people of color, working class.
This is not what people want, and this is what it looks like to resist, to fight back against Donald Trump. So Donald Trump says get back.
So people took to the street because, you had half of the country not agreeing with Donald Trump. Now, the only reason why I'm showing you this is a clear path to 270 for Donald Trump. Did I post my predictions on YouTube, you guys? I believe it's going to be a red wave. I know some people are totally against my predictions, but I genuinely believe Donald Trump is going to take this election. Now, there's some polling. They're already calling a couple of states already for Donald Trump. And they're saying right now Donald Trump has, let me just share this with you. Donald Trump has 105 votes or electoral college votes, and you see, look at this. We know Florida was one of them. Right now they're still counting. Right now they're still counting. Georgia, what is this? What is this state? Kentucky, Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Those polls are closed. I don't know why they got I don't know why do they have the yellow there, but it's Nevada and New Mexico. Their polls haven't closed yet. So I'm pretty sure I just saw a notification that we are not going to get the results for Nevada. They said about 12 days. I don't know why 12 days, but that's what they're saying. So that's what they're saying for this election. I'm not for sure why the 12 days. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you for the super chat, Roro. And hey, pretty lady, thank you, Ro. So we do have our first guest here, Jay Jones. I don't know what's wrong with him. Wrong with the cue. Jay, I don't know if it's your camera or if it's mine. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. It's not showing on the screen, Jay. So.
All right, 1 second.
Okay. But yeah, so we I think, like I said, I think it's going to be a landslide. I really do. Now, did you guys see yesterday Kamala Harris was doing knocking on doors? She was in Pennsylvania knocking on doors, doing a fake, I guess, a fake knocking on the doors. To me, it was totally staged. It was totally staged, and she was like, "Oh my God, I was just stopping by to see if you were going to vote for me." And it's like, come on, Kamala Harris, why you got to be so fake? Why do you have to be so fake? Knocking. Oh, you know what? Before I get to that, I'm going to share with you another video, okay? Jay, I think it says you're in the building. Okay, there you go. What's up?
Nothing much. But finally got to my location so I can join your stream, and
Okay.
the anxiety is high. Man.
I was in a Twitter space today, and some lady was on there, giving her the rundown. I guess she was in Georgia, and she was like, "Yeah, I think pretty much Donald Trump has won Georgia, or whatever. They already called it for him." But it looks like Fox. This is Fox that I'm showing now, and they're still counting the ballots.
Your movie is really
But
funny.
what I'm
It's
getting
really
at,
funny.
hold on.
By myself.
What I'm getting at is, she said, she used the word, and everybody started flipping out. They was like, "Oh my God, what do you mean?" And so she was like, "No, I meant to say Donald Trump pretty much has it in the bag." And, I don't know, have you been hearing, Jay, that people are not showing up as they did in 2020? Yeah.
That's what you can hear me pretty good, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been seeing. That's what I've been hearing as well. Is like the Democrat turnout is not as much as it was in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I keep hearing about. Definitely this last day, they were saying, "Oh, these are scary numbers for the Democrats." So today is Republicans' Day. They usually show out really well. So yeah, that's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing kind of scary numbers for Democrats. So we'll see.
Yeah. So everybody, if you're tuning in, watching, Jay Jones has his own YouTube channel. Let me just tag you. I'll put your tag in the comment section. So everybody go over and give Jay follow. You pretty much talk about politics. Sometimes he gets on real estate, a lot of different like business topics and stuff like that. So it's
culture, business,
yeah,
real estate, lately, politics. So
yeah. So, and as far as real estate, we invested together. So I can confirm that you actually do that. Some people put real estate on their on their channel and they're like a fake real estate person, but I could confirm you're a real estate investor. So
yeah. So is this what we're at right now? The 105.72?
Oh yeah, that's what it looks like right now. 105.72. They haven't called any other elections right now. But what I was doing with the audience, I was going back to 2016 and how people were so upset about Trump winning this election. So I'm going to share another video with you guys, and I want to get your reaction to the video. The last video before you came online, Jay, the last video was just a regular, normal protest crowd. They had their signs and stuff. Donald Trump is not our president, that kind of thing. Yep. But now I didn't know. And you know what? I didn't know this. I didn't know they actually was burning down and breaking into stores in D.C. during 2016 election. Did you know that?
2016, yeah. I had to go back and remember, because they were doing the same thing. They were protesting. They were mad that he won. I remember they were, burning down buildings and all of that stuff. Yes, I do remember that. I had to go back. So they were doing this. They was doing a little bit worse than what they want to talk about with January 6th and all that. They was tearing things up when he won.
Yeah, that's what I said. And I was like, why do they always bring up January 6th? Do you notice that? They always bringing up January 6th, but they never bring up 2016.
Absolutely.
Like, it's okay for Democrats to tear some shit up, but when Republicans tear some stuff up, it's a crime. It's an absolute crime.
Yeah, it's the crazy double standard that the Democrats have.
Yeah, it is a double standard. But this is, here we go. So this is where they were protesting, and this is from the Guardian News too. And this is where they start to burn stuff down and all that good stuff. Let me take the.
Not my president. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. Lock down Trump. 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 Lock down and this is what it looks like to resist, to fight back against Donald Trump. So Donald Trump says get back.
Yeah, so they get,
look at this.
They get pretty rowdy. But this is another one during the inauguration where the police had to be called and they was breaking into stores and all kinds of crazy stuff. And they said the protester clashed with the police. It's like, okay, no, you're breaking down, You're busting into the stores. The stores had nothing. The stores had nothing to do with Donald Trump being elected. It's like, come on. The store.
This is going on. They was calling
inauguration.
You said what now?
No, I was saying they had all the names calling him a fascist before he even ran for president. Like this, they were saying this so long ago. But yeah, I remember all these protests that was going on.
Yeah. And you know what? I for some reason I don't remember this, but I remember very vividly some guy, and I was out here. Some guy ran into me at the gas station crying. And it was a gay white guy, right? It was like, I don't know what we're going to do. You know, it was like, we're going to go move forward. It's just one of those things, okay? A president got elected that you didn't like or you didn't vote for. It's not a big deal. But he was crying profusely. And I was like, and then I finally asked him, I was like, did you vote? And he was like, no. I was like, oh, did you? What the hell are you crying about?
You shouldn't be doing anything.
You can't cry if you didn't even participate. But yeah, he was crying and all that stuff. But you see over here, you know, they busting into stores and
it's funny how like you said, like you forgot about it and a lot of us don't remember it. It's because the media is not pushing this every day like they do with Donald Trump. Like this man's name is said like 4,000 times a day. They don't run these type of clips. They just keep running the same stuff to keep everybody talking bad about Trump, but they never take accountability for what happened when Hillary lost the election and what they did. You know, it's just propaganda.
Yeah. And it is mass propaganda because even today when I was watching I think it was CNN or MSNBC, and on Morning Joe, they brought up how Donald Trump is such a fascist. They started naming all this list of things that Donald Trump is, and it's like, this is the day of the election, and you still trying to beat the man down. And I think it's one of those tactics. You're just, you know, you're so used to spreading this misinformation or propaganda to people. And it doesn't matter if he wins or lose, you're still going to ruin the guy's name. To me, it's really ridiculous.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty disgusting. Like that's all. This is the same rhetoric. The man gets assassinated, and not even a couple of days later, they're back to the same stuff that Morning Joe does. Like it's just that they just have to do it, and it's just disgusting. You know, it's just no fair coverage. When it comes to politics, you know, it's bad.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you see the clip with Kathy Hochul?
That's the governor.
The governor of New York.
New York.
Mm-hmm.
I think I seen something. What was it? Because I seen a lot of clips the last 2 days.
She's going back to that messaging of Trump is a fascist. You're not standing with democracy if you're voting for him. She was on MSNBC saying this stuff. Let me just play this.
It gave me a chance to tie the Republicans running in these seats, the incumbents, closer to Donald Trump and remind everybody, if you're voting for these Republicans in New York, you are voting for someone who supports Donald Trump, and you're anti-woman, you're anti-abortion, and basically you're anti-American because you have just trashed American values and what our country is all about over and over and over. It gave me a chance to tie the Republicans running in these seats, the incumbents, closer to Donald Trump and remind everybody, if you're voting for these Republicans in New York, you are voting for someone who supports Donald Trump, and you're anti-woman, you're anti-abortion, and basically you're anti-American because you have just trashed American values and what our country is all about over and over and over.
Yeah, so this is something that they're going to keep on repeating. You're anti-woman, you're anti-abortion, and they're not really looking to actually be honest about what Donald Trump stands for, because we all know Donald Trump is not anti-abortion. He does agree with exceptions. He does agree that abortion up to, I think, 16 weeks. I think he said 15 or 16 weeks.
Yeah.
It's, he agrees with that. But it's like they're going to keep on regurgitating the same false information. So I guess their base could, remind their base, hey, Donald Trump is bad. He's the orange guy and we should never like him.
Yeah.
So
that's all it is. It's the same thing. And I shouldn't say people, but there's a lot of folks that just want to research this stuff. So when they hear it and they keep hearing it, that's all that they'll say. Oh yeah, Donald Trump. Yeah, I guess he's a bad guy. And they don't want to look further into it. And so they just keep hearing this stuff and they believe it. A lot of these people don't research into what these people are saying. She said the same thing twice. She said the same thing. She kept saying Donald Trump bad, Republicans bad. For Donald Trump, it's like, come on. It just makes sense, like there's no information. It's just orange man bad every single time. And I think the American people over the last, let's just say 4 to 6 years, they're tired of it. We hear the same thing and it's just like, empty threats basically. And
it is.
We're tired of it. Like at one point I had believed a lot of this stuff until I started looking into it. And I'm like, listen, you can't keep saying Donald Trump is fascist and Hitler when Hitler killed millions of Jews and he hasn't killed millions of people. Like, where is this coming from? It's just insane. And this is why the political scene is so toxic because of how much propaganda they throw out. And they all say the same thing.
Yeah, they all say the same thing. And I think reason why they're doing this is because that, what is it called, programming messaging. They have to, I guess they signed the contract. Oh, you must say Donald Trump is bad. You must say Donald Trump is fascist. And then it's what's so crazy about it, because this is just the mainstream media. If you click over from CNN to MSNBC, even NBC, ABC, those mainstream medias, they're saying the same talking points. It's like almost like you could get a tape recorder and they're saying the same exact thing.
Yep, and it's funny too because you'll notice even like with Tim Walz when he came on board, the word was weird. They said weird for like a good month. They come up with a new phrase, and then they all say it at the same time. And it's just like you said, program messaging. It's like, come on, what are y'all all at a conference table or something, and y'all discuss what you guys are going to talk about? And that's why I hate to sometimes react to some of these videos because they're so programmed. But you kind of see where they're going with this, and that's why people are fed up.
Yeah. Now this is crazy. Today, or actually, this happened yesterday. They end up getting in contact. I don't know if you know this guy named Mark Fisher. He's like the head of Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
I think he is in one of the eastern states, like Philadelphia or somewhere like that. But he ended up endorsing Donald Trump.
Really?
Yes, it is so hilarious.
And I'm not a Black Lives Matter fan at all, but wow. Why did you do that? Let's go tell it.
But this is what he had to say.
Black Lives Matter. Rhode Island is endorsing
Rhode Island
Trump and calling out the Democrats for what he calls years of racist policies. Watch.
We've been used and abused for so long. That party, they don't value our vote. Their policies are basically racist policies, and I believe it's a racist party. Donald Trump he's the opposite. He's going to tell you how it is. He's going to give it to you straight. Trump has done more for the Black community than any president I can think of in my lifetime.
Black Lives Matter, Rhode Island, Mark Fisher. Mark, thanks so much for joining the program. This is my favorite story of the day because it identifies with what I've seen in the barbershop. All the brothers, for some reason right now, are turning tides right now. And I just wonder, what is the big reason?
I think personally, it's the duplicity of the Democrats. The hypocrisy. We're not stupid. The brothers are not stupid. We understand when someone's for us and when someone is not. and it's obvious that the Democratic Party is not for us.
That was pretty deep. I wish I could have found the whole clip, but yeah, that's pretty. And but you know what he said is pretty factual.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
yeah. If you take off the title and the Black Lives Matter, like what he said is what a lot of people are feeling. Like I had one of my boys call me today. He's from Detroit, and he called me today and kind of said the same thing that he was saying about, man, the Democrat Party, they just been feeding us lies for so long. He says, I'm voting for Trump. No matter, he's getting backlash for it. He's like, what the party has basically what they stand for now and what they promised us. He's like, man, I'm over that. I said, look where we are right now. And I think what that guy just said is how a lot of people feel. And I've gotten so many text messages over the last 2 months since I came out on YouTube and said I'm voting for Trump. Like young black guys hitting me up saying the same thing and moving away from the Democratic Party. Even one of my cousins who voted Democrat last election hit me up and said it too. He's a little more silent with his vote, but he's like, no, I'm not voting Democrat this time. Because what the Democrats always do, they come every 4 years, they pander, they lie to us, they don't do anything for us. And he's like, it's time for a change. And so these are people like kind of in my group that I'm like, wow, that's quite a few people that are going in the Republican way. So I think he's right.
Yeah. I think so too, because people, the sentiment is a growing sentiment, especially among black community, especially among black men. The Democrats basically alienated straight black men, period. Yeah. They just pushed men to the wayside, and then now it's election time. They're trying to gaslight black men to vote for Kamala Harris. Well, you didn't have us in the forefront during the last 3.5 years. You were trying to get this trans woman and replace woman, number one, or replace straight black men. You're platforming. And nothing against the gays, you're platforming all these non-straight men, and you pushing the straight men to the wayside. So we're not a priority anymore. So, and I think that's another sentiment that men they're tired of being, oh, you got to do this, build up the nation and build our roads and make the economy work and our infrastructure work. And then just sit in the corner. We don't need you. It's like, thank you for your service, but sit in the corner and we'll call you in the next 3.5 years when we need you to vote for us for the feminist movement. And I think it's getting real men are starting to stand up to that crap. They're not going to get used and abused anymore.
Yeah, a lot of men are waking up, and like I said, I think the Democrats have done this to themselves. And so I think just people are just starting to now notice, because they're a little bit more open with it, more blatant with it. And so some people are like men are noticing like just the attack on like masculinity, right? Like it's just weird, like, how they kind of put us in this weird spot to where like Obama, you're saying that, if we don't vote for Kamala, it's because, we don't want to see a woman in president. Be a woman to be president. So you're calling us misogynist. And it's like, no. You know what I'm saying? Like most men are okay with a woman running in leadership if she shows herself to be ready to go.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a slap in the face to most men where, you're telling us we need to do this because our auntie and mama are going to look at us funny if we don't. And it's like, wait a minute, don't try to shame me for not voting for her. It's like it's just again another form of disgust, where it's like I'm a man, I can make a decision, and don't try, like you said, alienate me or make me feel away because I don't want to support your agenda. It's just and then it's a lot of that going on, and that's this whole party I've noticed has been of division. Everything they call you names if you don't want to rock with them, sexist, racist, ism. and that's what I noticed from them in division. Like that's what I see, and people are tired of it.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of people are saying, "Hey, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me." You know, it's no more like moderate Democrat. You know, that middle of the road Democrat. No. It's way off the cliff.
Yeah.
You know, and if you don't agree with way off the cliff methods and policies, you're basically misogynistic or racist or a fascist. You know, the things that they call you. And even Joe Biden, he used the word garbage people to explain, you know, or to describe Trump supporters. We're not garbage people. We just agree with his policies over, yours. And your policies are trash. I mean, if you really think about it, all Biden and Kamala Harris policies are like trash policies. You can't really do anything with it. This video is Kamala Harris. Now, to me, Kamala Harris, reason why Kamala Harris gets in my skin. She's like the person that you really don't like, because you know she's not a good person. She's so fake. And that's why I genuinely do not like Kamala Harris, because she is so fake. This is the one I was telling you about. She was in Pennsylvania last night, and she decided to go knocking on doors. Like, she just random pulled up on somebody and knocked on their door, and they voting for her. Like, come on, Kamala, stop it.
Issue, but anyways.
Hey, Max. Well, I want a door knock.
Oh, you want to do a door knock?
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Okay, here, I'm gonna.
I had your hat on at the Penn State game in front of 111,000 people all day Saturday.
Thank you guys so much. Okay, come on. Thank you all. You see his stage.
Yeah.
That was the couple outside with her. And she was like, "Oh, I want to do a door knock."
I know, right?
Guys, to the right, please. Thanks.
It is?
First vote.
Yes.
Tomorrow morning.
That is horrible.
It's so fake.
So fake. And today they had her calling somebody.
I was just about to say it.
Did you see that?
They said the camera's still on. She was like, "Yeah, I see it." She was like, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much for voting," and gave this little like kindergarten Pepsi, and then turned the phone around like an idiot. And I'm like, the circle is still on for the camera. I said, "You ain't talking to nobody." This lady can't even act, man.
She is so horrible.
But yeah, go ahead. You can. Yeah, I was just gonna say I seen that today. I said it to my wife. I was like, "Is it me, or is that phone on camera?"
Yeah, she had her camera phone on, and it had her picture on there. It's like, are you an idiot?
Just
I'm
bad.
gonna put fake call.
I mean, I know politicians lie and everything, but my goodness, you can't even make it believable.
This is it.
How you doing? Have you voted already? You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's so important that everybody participates.
Oh my God. This is why I say she is going to lose by a landslide.
I hope so. Oh man, I hope so. She's the worst politician I think I've ever seen. I mean, most of them are usually, they all are kind of the same, but they're not this bad,
Mm-hmm.
Not usually this bad of a politician, It's just like, my goodness.
Yeah, I think she's going to go down in like history of what or how not to run your campaign.
Yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
I think it's going to teach Democrats a lesson on why you should not select a person and go beyond, just not allowing the people to vote in the primaries.
Yeah.
They could have even did a special primary. I believe they should have did a special primary and, probably put Gavin Newsom. I don't know if he would have ran, but even Gretchen, I think Gretchen probably would have been a better candidate than Kamala.
Well, yeah, I mean, at least people like her more.
Yeah.
She's a little bit more, I guess, authentic than Kamala. But I don't think a lot of them wanted to touch this type of campaign because it's kind of I don't want to say losing campaign, but it's not how they would want to start off their campaign because they were like literally in the fourth quarter. So
yeah,
but she's bad. I mean, I don't know. And I think another thing onto your point about how to run a campaign, if they lose, they'll do a lot of soul searching after this. And you cannot avoid the media and interviews the way that she has done because people don't know her. And you can't have this scripted candidate. I think if she loses, it'll be the Biden strategy that is not going to be a winning strategy if it's not COVID. You have to get out there. You have to speak to people. People have to know you because people are still saying they don't know Kamala Harris. After a debate, after many rallies, like that's not good. That's not a good thing for your party.
It's not. And, I think reason why they don't know her is because speech after speech, rally after rally, interview after interview, she says the same information. She did not allow people to get to know her.
Mm-hmm.
And the very last, I guess they called it her closing speech when she was in front of the White House. I think that was probably one of her best speeches because I think she was kind of authentic in that speech. Okay. But she went back to the same talking points, which I didn't mind. But she did touch on we gotta unify and all this stuff. Yeah. And I think that was the most authentic speech that she had. But it was hard for her to navigate away from those same talking points. That's why she is totally inauthentic or unauthentic, in her approach. And that's why people said they don't know her because they don't.
They don't.
I mean, you say the same damn thing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would have respected if she would have done more of the Brett Baer interviews. I think people would have respected her a lot more because then they would know exactly how she would handle pressure, who she is, like stuff like Trump was doing, right? Because Trump's a flawed person, but it's what people like about him still because they know that okay, he's not always going to say the right thing. He's not afraid. And she avoided all that, which when she finally got it, it was just about too late. She needed more of those interviews to make her a better politician and answer questions because if there's only so many questions they're going to ask you on a campaign trail. And if you get those questions early, you'll become better. And she didn't want to do it. She did friendly interview and people are like, she says the same thing every time. I've reacted to her videos, people on my channel. I will literally pause right when they ask the question. I will pause and I will say she was going to say one or two things, and she does it every time.
Yeah, I'm from the middle class, and what I have is an opportunity economy.
Opportunity economy. My neighbor is entrepreneur. Like it's like you have to be real with people, and I think in today's day and age with voters being younger and things like that, I mean they're looking for you to be more real.
Right now they have this is what I'm showing right now. This is Trump hosting a election party. It looked like nobody's taking the stage now, but they're still saying he's at 111.
Yeah. So right now he's got I I know he's got West Virginia, so he's got Oklahoma,
Mm-hmm.
and he's got was that Alabama?
Alabama, Mississippi.
Okay.
This is Kansas, I believe.
Okay.
Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee,
All right. So
and this is South Carolina.
so he did get South Carolina.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for North Carolina though. That's
Yeah,
one.
North Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah. All right, we'll see.
Yeah, yeah. So
It's ridiculous though that Pennsylvania or Nevada, like you said, is going to take like 10 or 12 days.
yeah, don't you think that's kind of crazy?
That's just a little insane. You know, like and I try not to go into this whole election thing, but it's hard not to when you're saying, okay, why is everybody else so much quicker? Why is California much quicker? And they got a lot of people there. And how are some of these states taking so long? You know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
And you know, in Nevada, don't they have the electronic voting system in Nevada?
I can't really answer it for sure.
Okay.
But I would think that any one of those states that does have the electronics would be faster. And it's like I don't know. That's where I kind of raise my eyebrow a little bit because if it's electronic, it's supposed to be pretty quick, you know, but why is it taking so long? And I get there's a lot of people, maybe a day. I can get maybe a day or so. But you're talking about 12 days, 10 days, that's insane.
Yeah, to me, it's really insane.
Mm-hmm.
Look what they have right here. So this is Michigan polling results. It seems like they've counted 8% of the ballots right now.
Okay.
You know, and it looks like Kamala Harris is up.
Okay. Does it show the counties or no?
Yeah, it's yeah. This is the county breakdown.
Yeah, I'm just always curious. So because Macomb County, I just can't see that going to her. So Macomb, well, I heard Oakland's a little more Democratic, but just surprised if she. I'll be surprised if she wins Michigan, in my opinion. But I'm not opposed to her. I'm not really into it. But from when I drive around all Michigan, like right now, today, I'm in freaking almost the middle of the state. I've seen nothing but Trump signs the whole way up here. I'm just curious.
Macomb. Let me see. Where is Macomb County? It's down here.
It's kind of
yeah. They haven't put nothing in for Macomb.
Nothing for Macomb. Okay.
And Macomb. Well, you got to think about it. It's the county. So, and Warren, that might be Democrat, right?
Yeah, and isn't Warren the biggest? Is it the biggest city in Macomb? Is it?
I'm not for sure, but it's close to the biggest city.
Yeah, Warren. So. Warren.
Yeah,
them people in Warren, man. Ugh. When I be down there with houses and real estate, man. Ugh, man.
Right.
With them.
Warren is something else. Let's see what other state.
Yeah.
Let's see, North Carolina.
So
it looked like Donald Trump is killing. That's probably why they already called it. Donald Trump is 54%.
In North Carolina?
Yeah, and they got 27%.
Okay.
They've counted 27%. It looks like Mark Robinson didn't win. I guess that whole scandal of him being on the internet with the racist comments.
I seen that on the way here that he lost. And that's the first thing I said. I said, well, yeah, that scandal didn't do him any good.
That scandal didn't do him no good.
Yeah. Oh, Mark Robinson. Oh, well, man.
Yeah, and he was very adamant saying that wasn't him, but he didn't win. Let's see.
So they got
Let's see if they counted Pennsylvania's. Yeah, what's up with that?
So it looks like it's blue right now so far.
Yeah, that makes me nervous because, well, let's look at the counties that they've counted.
Yeah.
Full results. It's only 15% in, but if they already counted the bigger counties, which is
One of my subscribers said Illinois went Harris. We already knew Illinois was,
Yeah.
even though they should be vote they behinds red with all those migrant problems, but who knows, you know.
Yeah. So the Allegheny County, that's where like what Pittsburgh and stuff like that is. So if they counted, all the bigger counties, I'm assuming Donald Trump will probably get Bucks County. That's probably where Philly is at. I don't know. You guys put it in chat. I'm throwing counties out there that I think these cities are in. But the smaller counties, the rural counties, is probably going to go to Donald Trump. But we don't know. But he really needs to win this.
Yeah.
I think he really needs to win Pennsylvania. So
that's the one that they saying are kind of making break for both parties is Pennsylvania. So
yeah. But they were saying that they had low voter turnout in Pennsylvania, and they were saying Democrats usually turn out for early voting. Yeah. And they were down like last year or in 2020, they came out for Joe Biden and they were saying early voting, I think Joe Biden ended up receiving like 700,000 votes.
Yeah.
And he won. Even Hillary Clinton got 500,000, but she didn't win Philadelphia, but
yeah.
Now, but Harris, they said they early voting, they only got 420,000. So
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, they were just talking about Michigan right now, what you just said, the same thing where they showed she was up by like some percentage points. So
yeah. But it all depends. I know Donald Trump in Michigan, he's going to get all the rural stuff.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me go back to Michigan because what did they count? Wayne was Wayne in there?
Well, you know what? Yeah, because Dearborn is in Wayne, Dearborn Heights.
Yeah, Dearborn Heights, and they saying Alyssa Slotkin is up.
Alyssa Slotkin's up.
Yeah, in the Senate, but they said it's too close. It's too early to call because they only got 8% of the votes.
That's really early. Yeah, I would be kind of interested in Wayne County with the Muslim mayor from Hamtramck, from Dearborn. I don't know. I'd just be curious to see what that turnout would be, because I had a feeling that when she stopped those one protesters in Romulus that one time, I was like, man, she gonna have a problem with Muslims. And shortly after she did, and I'm wondering if that will translate at all. But
yeah, they don't have no results in for Wayne.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Yeah, no,
Detroit, they go Harris crazy. So
I didn't know Oakland was so Democratic. They got 43% in right now, and 56% is
Yeah. I was driving around Birmingham and I was surprised with how many Harrison wall signs that I seen. I was like, really? I didn't know that it was like this. And I started researching and it said kind of recently they've been a little more Democratic. And I was like, really? I would have thought the opposite, since they got so many rich folks out there.
But the elites, they vote Democrats. Yeah, I think they doing a favor to democracy,
Yeah, right. Yeah, they vote differently. They don't have the same problems as us. They on the Diddy list somewhere, probably.
Yeah,
somewhere out there.
They on the Diddy list.
Somewhere.
So this other clip I wanted to show. I thought this was hilarious. Okay, this was on Morning Joe. Okay. This dude actually said Trump's plan would crater the economy. Now, hold on for a second. Maybe I'm not that intelligent, but the way that they described, they said if we do a mass deportation, it would decrease our GDP by almost 9%. And I'm thinking like, so you're telling me the open border policy increased our GDP over the last 3 years? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah,
Because if it's going to decrease, that means it increased.
Yeah.
But, you know.
How do they contribute to the economy? Like, I guess
because they're saying the labor force. But if they're illegals, how are they working?
Yeah.
Contributing to the labor force.
Get like a legal, some type of temporary status or work visa or something to actually to do that. So yeah, I don't know how that would. I don't know.
So they're going on. You know how Kamala Harris is saying, I had 18, I guess, recognized economists from Harvard or whatever she used.
Yeah.
And they said my plan will strengthen the economy and Trump's plan will weaken the economy. But this is what they had to say.
So let's move to your second chart about what a Trump plan would actually do to the economy if implemented the way he's pitching it.
Yeah, so why are these economists so opposed to Trump's plan? Because the economic effects would be pretty terrible. This is a study done by Bloomberg Economics, and they found that Harris's plan did not have much change in either the GDP or inflation, which in a sense is a good thing at this point. But look at what Trump's plan would do. Trump's plan would cut the GDP by 8.9%. And let me put that in perspective for you. This is roughly twice the amount that the GDP went down during the financial crisis.
Wow.
So we would be looking at something between a recession and a depression. And interestingly, as I'm sure people know because we've talked about this many times, the tariffs would cause certainly a part of this. But the biggest cause, actually, of this drop are the mass deportations that Trump is talking about, because he would take huge pieces of our labor force out of the country, send them back to or send them somewhere else, and the result would be business wouldn't have labor. They wouldn't be able to produce things, and you'd have this enormous economic contraction. So this is something we've never seen before in terms of scoring a set of policy proposals from a presidential candidate. The other reason why Harris seems to be doing better or maybe doing better for her economic thoughts relative to Trump is maybe people are figuring out what's actually in these two plans. And one of the most important things in these two plans are the differences in their tax proposals. Harris's tax proposal would raise incomes for people at the bottom 20%, for people in the 20 to 40% percentile by fairly significant amounts. She would raise taxes for people at the higher incomes down here, in the 99 to 100 and the 95 to 99. Trump does the opposite. He raises after-tax incomes for people at the highest incomes up here. And believe it or not, if you're at the bottom, Trump's tax plan would actually increase your taxes slightly. So maybe people are figuring out these kinds of differences and changing their view of her economic plan versus Trump's economic plan.
So let's move.
So I like I said, I don't know if I agree with that. I'm just trying to figure out how does illegals tie into our gross domestic product. I just can't correlate the two. Because you're telling me you're over here illegally, you're also on social programs, you're getting some type of governmental assistance, then you're working under the table. So if you're working under the table, or like you said, maybe they're on here, they got a temporary work status, but how much taxes are you paying? And you're getting government, funding. So
and that's kind of, so when he says mass deportations, I would have thought that maybe like he was maybe taking money from somewhere in order to deport them or something that would hurt us. But I don't understand why we can't replace that with Americans that work here in the workforce. Like, why would mass deportations and getting rid of illegal migrants hurt the economy? And we should be able to fill those same jobs with the Americans who stay here, if that's the case in his scenario. I don't understand that. That's not an incentive for us to keep these people here. I don't get that. But but it's also on MSNBC, which is kind of like, that's why it's so hard to trust the media and what they're saying, because this guy might be an economist and he may not have talk the language, but he could be being very vague with what he's saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, raising taxes is what she wants to do. That's just cut and dry.
Yeah.
That's not going to necessarily help. Trying to tax the rich. How many times do you want to tax the rich? Like, what is that going to do? Cutting taxes, but focusing on energy, focusing on bringing jobs to the U.S., things like that is what's going to help us. Not just trying to tax people to death. Like, that's just not the answer to her plan. I don't get it.
It reminds me of that one interview that she did, and they asked this, I forget what the lady's name was, and she asked her how was she planned to increase the taxes for the rich.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
You remember that?
Was she buy a bus?
Yeah.
Yep.
And she was basically, Kamala Harris was saying, oh, we just have to do it. And it's like, well, how are you going to do it? Because if Congress doesn't approve it, how are you going to do it? Congress have to approve all these things. Even Donald Trump, they still have to approve it. And if they don't have the majority in the House and the Senate, if they don't get a bipartisan agreement, they could throw a monkey wrench in your plan. So it's like you're saying that you're going to increase the billionaires have to pay their fair share or whatever. But how are you planning to say or increase, these tax plans? And then another thing, logically speaking, if you're planning to give people, first-time home buyers, $25,000, right, you're planning to give first-time parents $6,000 in their first, a child tax credit. You're planning to give black men $20,000 forgivable loan on their business if they qualify. You're planning to give another $5,000 on just businesses, period, or a tax credit on, or no, she said 50,000, right? 50,000 on a tax credit. So all these things, tax credits, and you're planning to give these people, where is this money coming from?
Absolutely. That she couldn't answer that question.
It's like, how are you planning to do this? And, if people are familiar how taxes work, the billionaires usually, they do pay more taxes than anybody else. You know what? I was listening to Elon Musk, and he said he was, of course, he's the world richest man, but he paid $10 billion in taxes last year. Just imagine you made so much money, you had to pay $10 billion taxes, $10 billion in taxes.
Right. $10 billion in tax.
And he said, I was glad to pay that. He said, I was glad to pay the $10 billion. I'm like, yeah. But, he feels like, he's paying his share. But this is also a man that have created an economy for Texas, California. They supply military grade equipment for the government. They've created a bunch of jobs. So it's like, you got to incentivize corporations. I know people are like anti-corporations, but you got to incentivize people to stay here. And taxes is not one of them. And I think that's what Donald Trump's mind is. Of course, we don't want, it's not going to be a tax-free thing, but we don't want to tax them out of business, number one, and tax them so much they got a bad taste of doing business in the U.S. They're like, well, I might as well import my stuff.
Yeah. I mean, and just as a small example, that's why Elon Musk moved from California to, I believe, Texas.
Yeah, yeah.
Because of the tax issue. So, I mean, even inside of the United States, he was like, okay, I'm still going to, well, I think Texas is no income tax or something, right? So,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
moved from, California down there. So, yeah, I mean, you can't just taxing the rich is such an old talking point, and it doesn't necessarily work. I mean, I wouldn't say work, but it's just there's got to be more to it, right? And I always look at it like a regular personal money problem. Like sometimes some people making more money doesn't solve their money habit. You got to learn how to manage the money you have, and I think that's the problem that we have with certain administrations is that they don't know how to manage the money that they have, and so for us, with all this money going out to, wars and all this stuff, it's just, we're just spending money everywhere, which is inflating the economy. And now we got a big inflation problem. So it'd be nice if they knew how to, bring more jobs in and focus on us and then focus on our money problem instead of just, we're just going to tax people and tax corporations. Well, where's that money going once you tax it? It's just.
Oh, look at this, what they're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, it looks like that 178 to 113. So
113, wow.
did she win? I'm sure she got a pretty big bump.
She got Illinois.
Say 195 now. Oh boy.
It don't look good for Kamala. Kamala Skamala.
Yeah. So,
But these are normal states. These are not battleground states that haven't been called yet. So, she's going to get a big boost from California. California polls haven't closed yet.
Isn't that like 30? Why do I want to say 20 or 30? I know it's big. Texas, and that's probably why you got that big bump. Texas,
Oh yeah, Texas. Yeah, Texas is one of them. It's funny because I saw, and they said it was AI after I looked into it, but one of as I saw a picture saying, "Oh, Kamala Harris, she has a 9-point lead in Texas," and I'm like, that can't be.
Yeah, they want her to.
That can't be.
No.
Oh, so they have 62% of the votes in, and he's at 53%. So, and they already counted Austin. Austin is probably one of the Democrat, a larger city.
Okay.
And maybe Dallas is probably Houston. I'm pretty sure Houston is in there somewhere, but I know Austin is one of those Democratic cities that, so.
Yeah, so it looks like they got it right now at 195 to 113.
Yep, 195 to 113.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because California itself is like 54 electoral votes.
Yeah, it's a pretty. She'll get a pretty big boost.
Yeah. Texas is probably what, like
I think 42 or something like that. Yeah.
It's 40. Yep. So
it's 40.
So those will be their two big bumps, and then the rest is kind of picking up. Man, I just need. Oh my goodness, man, this is. So
he only need 100 more. Iowa, I think we could say Iowa's going to be red.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find Iowa on here.
Yeah, because he got the Dakotas. Yeah, he pretty much got all that. But yeah, I need one of them battleground states, man. Come on, Trump, you got to grab one of these battleground states, man. Just Georgia would be nice. Georgia and North Carolina would be nice, and then I don't know.
They're saying he got Georgia in the bag. That's what they're saying. It's on the rumor mill. I'm not for sure though. It's on the rumor mill. But as far as the voter turnout in Georgia,
yeah,
they were saying Fulton County was kind of slow. So those, I guess, votes that normally is out, they're not being counted. They're saying women didn't really show up
Is that what they say?
Yeah, they're saying women
Oh, in
wasn't really
general,
showing
or
up.
in
Yeah.
general, or just for the Democrats?
The demographics of women in Fulton County, I'm not for sure about Fulton County, but like in Georgia and Pennsylvania, they're saying women, if they would have showed now, we could say two things. Some women showed up, but they're not down with the whole my body, my choice, because they do have a husband and they're going to vote the same way as the husband. So we could say that party, or those women. And then we have, of course, the feminist women. And I don't think they took in account, they just thought all women were feminists. Like the 53% that, Kamala Harris had. I think she had like 58% women voters.
Okay.
But they wasn't really taking in account for some women, they're not down with my body, my choice, and they love Jesus, And Kamala Harris, she doesn't, she don't support Christians,
Nah.
So
She'll get up in a Christian church though.
talking about what was that scripture she was saying?
I think it was like Luke something.
Mhm.
She was trying to sound like Martina Luther King or something.
Yeah,
Like,
like
like a pastor's voice. I said, "Come on, man." She even scripted with this.
yeah, Kamala Harris, she was. Matter of fact, she gave the same speech. She visited two churches and she gave the same speech, and one of the churches was in Detroit.
Yeah, she was it. Yeah, I just heard about it a couple of days ago. Yeah, but it's something about joy in the morning.
Yeah, yeah. We've been weeping, but joy cometh in the morning.
Cometh in the morning. I'm like, there she go with this mess. And then I'm like, but meanwhile, you want to abort kids. Like, come on. I was like, come on, man. Like, I just can't, man. I mean, it's all, it's all political games, but my goodness, she get to play with the church like that is just insane to me. But, I don't know.
Yeah, that I think that was a bad look for her.
Yeah.
The week prior, she was kicking somebody out saying when they screamed Jesus is Lord.
Yeah, kicked her to a wrong rally.
Yeah, she told them they was at the wrong rally, and then 2 days later, you was in front of the black church.
Yeah. Yeah, just I don't know. But she didn't want to attend the Al Smith dinner though.
No, I don't think Kamala liked getting called out.
I just think I really believe, because when they've only been together in the room one time, it was for the debate. I just really believe that she just doesn't want to be in the same room as Trump, and no matter what, just as long as if it's a debate, that was it. And she missed a lot of opportunities with that. Like even with the NABJ, the black journalist, they both were invited. He came. Why did she never comes when he comes to an event? And I mean, the Al Smith dinner, if she was funny, I would have laughed. Like it just is what it is. But I think that that's why she's not such a likable person.
Yeah.
She just, like you said, she doesn't want to take the hits and the bumps.
Yeah.
From people.
Yeah.
And that's why she's not authentic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that she's not. This is her in front of the church that this is the first church she went to. And at this church, someone was protesting.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, and they kicked them out. They called security and they kicked them out. But they was protesting against her. Because if you
protester or just somebody in the church?
Somebody in the church.
Oh wow.
Because if you really think about it, it's nothing wrong with her being there. I don't think it's not wrong. But then you ask her to give a sermon. So she gave this sermon. And it's like you're propping her up like she is a woman of God. Like I said, it's nothing wrong for her being there. And maybe she could give remarks, but she actually gave a sermon. And some of the congregation got really mad and upset about it because 2 or 3 days prior, you was kicking somebody out at your rally when they screamed, Jesus is Lord.
Lord. Yeah.
So this is them praying on over her.
My grandma would say, "Look at these men, these foolish men." Oh, it's Jamal Bryant.
Yeah, it's Jamal Bryant. That's
Yeah,
he a clown, right?
Yeah, it's
He a
Jamal
clown.
Bryant.
Yeah.
No credit there. Oh, that man is the best.
He's a clown. And I think she probably gave the church a big donation. That's why
Oh yeah. I'm
she's
sure.
there, you know. But yeah, she gave them a big donation, and so he allowed her to speak. But this is Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly said if they allow her in the church and on the pulpit, she probably bursts into flames.
For real. Oh, I can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it?
No.
Okay, let me take it out. Let me see. Let me pull it up on another. Sometimes when I have too many,
It's not working.
yeah, it won't.
Oh, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz won.
What and you know what? Somebody in the room, the space I was in, they was like, Ted Cruz is not gonna win.
Yeah, it looks like they just called it for him in the Senate race. Yeah, he wins re-election.
Okay, go ahead, Ted Cruz.
You look good.
Cause he was going up against that one guy. What's his name?
I just
Colin Alred. Alred. Yeah.
So, oh my goodness.
Let me see if they refresh. Nope, they haven't refreshed it yet.
No. So,
Yeah.
oh boy. Oh, New York. Oh yeah, New York. We know that's going to her.
Yeah, that's blue all the way.
Yeah, that's going to her. Sure.
Even though they, Trump said, or they're saying Trump had a bunch of Jewish supporters.
Yeah. No, they like the way things is going out there with they deficit. So I guess
to me it's really ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's ridiculous because you hate the migrants, and you had problems with the migrant crisis.
Yeah.
You're telling everybody, that they're taking over. They're frying rats in the street. I don't know if you've seen that.
No, I didn't hear about that.
They sell their, they set up on the street, and they like literally killing the rats and skewering them and selling them.
Yeah.
And it's like that's probably something that's normal. They found, and it's a whole bunch of rats
yeah, it's rats everywhere. They got
in New York. And it's like you voting against your own interests. It's like, when do we stop that? Why do we hate? You don't have to marry Donald Trump. This is how I think of it. I'm not marrying Donald Trump. We're not getting engaged. We're not dating each other. He's not going to be my father-in-law or anything like that, which I wouldn't mind him being my father-in-law because maybe I'll be rich. But come on now, we're not.
Yeah.
You know. So why are you taking it personal? You just got to agree with his policies. Does his policies fit your interests? You know, over the other person, Kamala Harris, because she's a mess.
Yeah, it's common sense. Like I tell people the same thing. You're hiring him for a job. It doesn't matter what he does on the weekend or anything else. You just want him to be the president of the United States. Like that's what you're hiring him for. You don't care about all this other stuff. And you're hiring him to run the country, to be the commander in chief. Like people forget, like this is you're trying to hire Kamala Harris to run the military. Like this is one of their jobs. And so I'm like, this is why it's important to just figure out what their policies are and forget all the other stuff. All the other stuff is just a distraction. I don't care about Kamala Harris stuff most of the time, which I can't care about Trump stuff. I just need to know what their policies are. And again, I'm not inviting them over for Thanksgiving dinner. I'm asking them to be the president of the United States.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like Pennsylvania. I don't know. It doesn't look good for Donald Trump. They said it's too early to call.
How far is it? What's the percentage now?
It's 26%. I'm thinking that they're calling in the larger counties.
Okay.
You know, those are probably going to be mostly blues, but they still have an estimated 5 million votes to count. So
okay.
Jill Stein, she got 0.5% of the vote.
Yeah.
So
come on, man. Trump need to get this Pennsylvania one, man, because I don't know. There's a lot of people there's people that I've seen that did vote for Biden that did say they're going to vote for Trump this time. So it seems like it's kind of a flip-flop state, you know. I don't know. We'll see.
Iowa, it looks like 53% for Kamala, but they counted Des Moines already. Okay. I can't see any other county. I know maybe Fort Dodge, which is this blue area. You could see this map right here, can't you?
Yeah.
That's probably Democrat, but everything else in Iowa is going to be red. So I could just assume Iowa. Remember, they were talking about Iowa. It's an upset. You know, they might, it might go Democrat. No, I highly doubt that.
Yeah, they were trying to say it was in play, and
yeah, it's not in play.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's a stretch. You think Iowa's in play? That is a real stretch. Because and another thing, Donald Trump, he's won every time in Iowa.
Yeah.
You know, so I wanted to share this other thing. Let me get to some of the chat, you know, the comments, since I've been ignoring my comment section. Amazing Lovecraft is saying Kamala 304 Harris really want to do one of the many goodwill economical policies offering grants for us grassroots black men, reparations, restitution, tangibles, etc. Instead of loans, her word vomits, etc. Okay. Farouk Ahmad meant to say 120,000 federal workers. And Amazing Lovecraft is saying Kamala 304 is the devil, Harris. Keratin, Georgia is definitely a nail biter. Julia 50, you better thank a union member.
You better thank her. You better thank a union member.
You better thank a union member. I gotta find that clip.
Yeah, she all these accents.
Right, you better thank a union member. That is hilarious. Amazing. They can't pray the whole stank off the Democrats. Farouk is saying she didn't go to the AI Al Smith dinner because she would have went up in flames being around the Catholic crowd. Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, Kamala Harris the devil. Kamala is the mark of the beast. Okay.
I ain't gonna go that far now, but
she might be. DJ Robs. Okay, everybody, when it comes to the woman who supported her, how many women did she lose when she chose Liz Cheney as an advisor? Where'd they do that? Yeah, I think that was a bad move on Kamala. And she was bragging about it like Liz Cheney was a winner, right?
yeah. And she was just so excited to have a Republican, but that's not a good one.
That is the worst Republican you can have.
Is it me or because I don't know much about Liz Cheney other than the fact that she always wants to go to war, but she always looks like depressed, angry. She just never looks happy.
Yeah, she is kind of angry.
She never looks happy.
Is. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how Kamala changes her accent every time she attends these functions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She has many of accents. Kamala got New York already. Yeah, I kind of, that's a given.
Yeah.
Julio, wearing my red Air Max for the remainder of the week. Kamala is smoked turkey tails. Yeah.
Uh-oh. What's this? So New Hampshire goes to Kamala.
What channel is that on?
Fox News.
Oh, Fox News. Okay. I think I got Fox News up. Hold on.
Yeah, so she got New Hampshire 117.
You know what? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, because isn't she supposed to get like that whole little?
Yeah, that whole little, all those little small states, Massachusetts and all that stuff. Where's live election coverage? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, let me get back to the comments. Get caught up. Justin Thompson, Trump 210. You need to lay down. What's going on?
Is it a basketball player that's running for the Senate in Minnesota? Minnesota, White. Is that Royce White? It is Royce White. Are you serious? I just know.
Oh yeah, you know what? I follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, I just seen the picture of him on here because I watch basketball. I was like, this guy familiar, and his last name was White, and I'm like,
yeah, Royce White. He's running for senator.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna win or not though.
I don't know. Wow.
Yeah. Keep it real, real Craig. Red Air Max is sick. Amazing Lovecraft. Who in the blasphemy voted for Ted Cruz again? Julio is saying right. It's purely about policy. Amazing is saying Trump got the McDonald's fries ready to celebrate. Keep it real. I'm for Trump, but my job fired me for legally doing OnlyFans. What?
All right, Craig. I don't know what you're doing, there, sir. You need to stay off that OF, sir.
OF. Maybe he doing foot videos.
Yeah, foot video. You doing something? Doing like Mark Robinson.
Mark Robinson. Mark Robinson, he was like, that wasn't me, and they had his picture clear as day. His younger self. That wasn't me. Like, who is this 10, 15 years ago that was 100 pounds lighter? Just like you.
Where they get that picture from?
Right. Farouk is saying, did you hear about the Muslim radio show Kamala taped last week that never aired? They wanted to talk about the war in the Middle East, and she started talking about bacon and pepperoni. What?
No way. Not surprised, but I ain't hear about that.
Bacon and pepperoni. That is crazy. No knowledge about the Muslim custom, talking about pork products into 8 wraps. That's, yeah, you know what? I think, like I said, I don't, when I think of Kamala Harris, I think like she's the girl that probably got by on her looks for the most part when she was younger.
Mm-hmm.
And she really didn't have to do much of anything. And, you know, I didn't know when she won the Senate, she didn't have a opposing party. She didn't have nobody running against her.
You just fill her name in since she didn't have somebody?
No, she was on the ballot, but the person that was running against her, she didn't have a person running against her. She was the only name on the ballot.
Oh no, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I was like, okay, so it was basically given to her.
Didn't I hear? I think I heard something about. So was she Attorney General? Or
yep, she was the AG for San Francisco.
I heard something about her potentially losing, like her last race, and then she got selected for vice president. Is that true or not?
I'm not for sure. Well, she was in the Senate when she got selected for VP.
I thought it was some race that she had before becoming vice president. I didn't research it, but they were saying like she was going to lose that race, and then she got selected to be vice president. I don't know how true that is. Maybe somebody know about it. But.
You know what? Let me look it up real quick.
But because it kind of seems like every time, like every position or some of the positions that she's gotten, it's like it's been like the easy way. You know, like the whole vice president, he was just looking for a black woman to be president, just picks her up, and then he does so bad in his party that he gets pushed aside, and she just gets selected. And then she gets all this money, and it's like she's gotten like this little easy route. It seems like that most politicians kind of have to
kind of work for really hard for
that point.
Yeah. Now, if you follow Candace Owens, she has maybe about 10 to 15 episodes on Kamala Harris, and her journey started off by to prove Kamala Harris is not black. That was the whole point of her diving into Kamala Harris' heritage.
Gotcha.
But as she ended up revealing Kamala Harris, you know, she had ties into the mafia. It was said that in San Francisco, they call it the Jewish cartel. She was like an agent for them, and that's why she lacked a lot of black or low drug dealers up. She never went after the big fish. And you know that's where she get that bad record of locking a lot of black men up. You know, so
yeah, I haven't heard that. No, I know that Candace Owens didn't did some extensive research on her, and I told myself I'm gonna go to it because she sound like she just going deep and deep and deep into her genealogy, and I'm like, and it sound like she, then found something. So no, I haven't gotten the chance to actually go down it yet, but.
Well, and she revealed Kamala Harris, she has that book out before she ran for presidency. And this was back in 2019. She published a book about, it's called My Life or the Truth or something, or Her Truth. But it was like a memoir of her life. Okay. And she put all these black pictures, like of her grandmother and her great-grandmother. And she claims that, she has this Jamaican black heritage. And come to find out, these women that she put in her book is really not her grandparents. They were just basically stolen lives of the people that work on their plantation. Because, her family owns a bunch of plantations in Jamaica.
That I heard. It's one of the grandfather or something.
Yeah.
That's what I did hear.
Yeah.
Oh man, and of course they don't want that to come out. But okay. Yeah, I gotta go ahead and start at step one because I seen just like maybe a couple clips. I'm like, man, it was a lot of information. It seemed like you kind of had to like piece it together, and I didn't want to get in the middle and.
Yeah, you really gotta start from the beginning because it's a lot of information. I had to draw out a chart for myself because I was like, okay, I got confused in some of the parts and so, but it's deep. And if you look at Kamala Harris, because one of the things that Candace Owens revealed, that Kamala Harris, she is actually her mother worked for the CIA, part of that MK Ultra program. Yeah, and that program basically created super soldiers. They take really young people, do all kinds of deviant stuff to them so they could like break down their mind, and so they're could be dependent on or take commands easy, and they're able to have this disassociative personality. So whatever thing that they're doing, if they're killing somebody or whatever, it's just like one of those things that, I killed somebody, and they go about their day, and it is compartmentalized in their brain, and it doesn't really affect their day to day. But if you look at Kamala Harris and her actions, I think that's probably why Kamala Harris can't connect with people. Because if you really think about it, you grew up in a household with a really evil mother, okay? And I call her evil because you're doing research on human beings. And so you grew up in that household, and it's not like Kamala Harris, her name is Shamala Goplin. It's not like she did research and it was a couple of years. No, she was there for maybe 10 years doing research in Canada. That's why they moved to Canada.
Yeah, I remember that she did move to Canada for a little while, and I thought that was weird. Part of her story.
Yeah. So they moved to Canada, and she actually applied for this job, the CIA job. They didn't come looking for her. She actually applied, and she was on this 2-year waiting list because they shut the program down. And once they opened it back up, or got it, I guess they lost their director at the time. And, and Kamala Harris' mom, was one of the researchers. But, your mom is a governmental scientist and doing mind experiment on people. What do you think? You don't think that's going to cross over to your kids?
Yeah.
Let me try you acting out. Let me try to do something to you. So I think that's why Kamala Harris has a hard time with revealing her true self and connecting with people. And then I think she has other stuff to hide because, that drug cartel stuff is really crazy. And these alleged claims that, Candace revealed, one of the news reporters that was in San Francisco at the time that was reporting on it, he knew about all, what Kamala Harris dealing, and because one of his friends ended up mysteriously dying.
Okay.
Wow. And that's pretty much why he always kept tabs on Kamala Harris. He was like, well, if she ever comes up in the news again, I'm going to make sure I make a mental note of it. So, but I wanted to share everybody. Remember, so, they tried everything to get Donald Trump to, leave, stop running for president. They tried to lock him up, right? It didn't work. They tried to bankrupt him, but that didn't work. And so since they couldn't do none of those things, then they tried to take the man's life. Can you hear that?
No. No, I can't hear that.
You still can't hear it?
Mm-mm.
Let me just close out all these tabs.
$195.
Oh, you know what I need to do? Let me just open it up in a new tab. Open link in default.
People actually voted for Robert Kennedy. Come on, why y'all doing that? In Wisconsin.
That's why he was trying to get his name off the ballot.
Yeah, in Wisconsin. He got like 4,800 votes right now in Wisconsin. Come on.
He got 4,800 votes in Wisconsin.
Yeah, so far, 29%, like at 29%.
They crazy.
I don't know. I don't know why. I guess how do people? He's telling people not to vote for him. I guess people not watching the news or watching what he says since they want to vote for him. I don't get that. He's telling them not to vote for me, but
yeah,
I don't get it.
Raduku, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
You a little nervous? Yeah, it's not wrong with being nervous, but we gonna see it through.
Yeah,
we gonna see it through.
There was a nightmare we had in 2020, so I think a lot of people are a little bit nervous right now.
Yeah. I think it's gonna, I don't know. We're not gonna see no January 6th happening because I believe Trump is prepared to dispute the election if he feels like it was unfair, because he has all his people in place.
Yeah.
To do so. Let me see. Is this working?
This said, take a look at what.
Yeah.
You can't hear it?
Yep.
Okay.
What happened?
Move his spear. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go.
Hawkeye's here.
Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spear.
Spear, get ready. Spear, get ready.
We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
We're clear.
Let's move. Let's move.
We're clear. my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
Got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we gotta move to the car. Move to the car. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down. My shoes.
Watch out.
And at this very moment, when I saw that, I was like, Trump has a higher calling on his life. You couldn't tell me nothing different, because just because he turned his head, that's why the bullet missed going into his brain.
Yeah.
That's just like a miracle.
And he said he never really looks at charts or does any of that.
Yeah. It was a miracle.
Yeah. But you can't tell these Democratic Christians that.
He's still the devil. He's still Hitler.
I think I hit like two people, Christians up. I said, I guess when the Bible says no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Don't apply to Donald Trump too, huh? Of course, they took the goalpost and they moved it along to something else Trump did. I said, it's funny that God can't have a calling over him just because you hate him, but
yeah.
And sometimes I believe Christians, man, I just believe some of these Christians would have turned their back on Jesus if it was a popular decision, to be honest. I don't know. Just my
and you know what? I believe that too. But look, it's already proven.
Yeah.
Because you're saying that you're going for a party that is really against the teachings of the Bible. If you really fundamentally think about the Bible and Christianity versus what Democrats, they're really, their principles and their morals.
Yeah.
It's like it has nothing to do with Christianity.
It doesn't. Like they're not even, even the Republicans, at least, more for God than the Democratic.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just whatever. But you can't tell a Democratic Christian that. It's just the way it is. But yeah, this moment right here was literally like he was this close from everybody saying his head exploded, and then the country probably would have been definitely not at peace at that moment, because everything has been tried to get this man not to run for the United States. Like the assassination attempts on whoever planned it, you got him taking him off the ballot, you got the lawfare, you got him trying to take money from him. They trying to put felonies on him. They wanted this man to go to jail. They were literally waiting for him to go to jail before he became president. And this moment right here, even some Democrats were so insensitive to that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I just was like, I don't get it. If this was the other way around, I would wish that on nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a few conversations with Democrats, some people that were close to me, and they had no emotion for that moment. That day that it happened, I remember telling my wife, like, yeah, you heard, Trump got shot or whatever. And somebody had said, yeah, you heard what happened to your boy?
Yeah, like that
really?
is so, insensitive to me.
It was very insensitive. And this is somebody I love. And it was like, you wouldn't say that about somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, I know this person's a very compassionate person. I was like, you would be very sad if this happened to somebody else or came across your screen.
Yeah.
But because it's a person that you don't like, you can't separate, reality or what a moment like that would have been. Think about his family. He's got family and stuff. You couldn't even think about that. And that's why the propaganda is very dangerous, because they believe that this man is the devil. He's the big bad monster, and we don't care what happens to him.
Mm-hmm.
That moment was like, that to me, that was wild. Like, This is how badly they do not want him to win.
Yeah.
It was sad.
Yeah, I think it's really sad because, some people were even saying, oh, it was staged.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
I think it's horrible for you to think that. Now we know Donald Trump is very charismatic. He does. He's a actual guy that. Hey, if you need a marketing, program or a plan, he's the guy to go to, right?
Yeah.
But you think he's just so inhumane and so disgusting that he will plan this stage shooting and actually kill other people? Because other people actually died in this so-called, what they were calling this stage. I'm like, you don't think he would do? And the response was, well, he's trying to, get favor or whatever this person said. And I'm like, this is so disgusting. You would think a person would do this.
Yeah, I mean, somebody died. The guy that died, he shot. And it's just like, come on, y'all. I seen one clip, and the only reason why I didn't play this clip was because it was somebody. It was if the video had got enough views, I believe it would have got around to the person, and they would know who I got it from. And I was like, I'm not gonna do it. But she literally had. It was an Instagram story of so many stories of her filming what happened and saying how fake it was and how he bit a piece of red dye and put it in.
That's really.
He was going down the road, and I was like, man, this is insane.
Yeah, that's insane.
So he just got Utah.
Yeah, they said he got Utah
5. All right. So I was just like, I was like, come on, man. Like this is, and it's like, I always say this, that a dead clock can be right twice a day, but if it's Donald Trump's clock, it's always
wrong.
And so I'm like, you know what? If that's not enough to just change people a little bit, you don't have to vote for them, but just change your idea of, okay, like that was messed up. There's nothing that can happen where people will have any compassion for Donald Trump. It's just there's nothing. He can do no good to those people. And it just is what it is. But that moment right there, man, I was like, where have we come to? Where it's trying to assassinate a president and a person that's running for office twice.
Twice.
And it's like, or 3, I think there was another one.
Yeah, another guy, he was staging, and I guess they caught him before, Yeah,
and it's like, I don't know. It just that moment right there. It's like this guy, to me, when I look at Donald Trump, I'm like, this is a guy who has been through hell and high water and constantly is getting up and working. He got shot, and 3 days later, he was back on the campaign trail doing the RNC. Like he's been constantly working every single day, and it's like he doesn't have to do this. This is a billionaire.
What does he have to? People say, "Oh, he wants power." He already had power. He already had power. What are you talking about?
Billions of dollars. He's had power. He didn't take the presidential salary, and they were waiting for him to do that, and he did it. And it's like, it's really he's losing millions of dollars. They've said since he's been president. So, I mean, come on. But again, you won't hear about those stories and the things that he's doing that's good. You just hear about all the bad stuff. And I'm like, this guy has been through hell and high water. This is somebody that I would work beside or work for me, because he's going to come to work every day, even when he doesn't want to. I don't know. That's a good characteristic of a president that I mean.
Yeah. You see this? Donald Trump surging ahead. Well, trying to surge ahead is right now. It's 49.6. Kamala Harris, 49.5 in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So he was behind maybe 6 or 7 points. Now he's neck and neck. I think he's going to pass her because all these other counties that they got to count, I think they're smaller.
The
And you know, rural, and those are the ones he's gonna. Chase Oliver. Who is Chase Oliver?
I don't know who a lot of these people are. It's like random ones for like every state. It seemed like, I don't know.
Jill Stein. I think these are the people that's probably taking away Kamala Harris votes. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see all these other smaller counties. These are all going to be Donald Trump, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope so. I need him to win that, man.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, so they still haven't called California for her yet, but
California probably won't get called until they
Yeah.
pose that.
Oh yeah, they're a couple hours.
Yeah, they're 4 hours behind us.
Okay.
So they polls probably won't close. Their polls are probably still open right now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Tennessee is they just gave Tennessee to Donald Trump.
Oh, just now?
Yeah, I think that's what they said.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, let me turn on the volume on this.
All right.
Through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues.
Do you see this, Virginia?
Virginia?
Yeah, Virginia is supposed to be going to supposed to be blue, right?
Yeah, I heard the Hodge twins saying that Virginia was going to go to
red.
Trump. That's what they kept saying.
Look at that. They okay.
If you get a surprise one, that's
gonna be an upset. I said it's gonna be a red wave. I think it's gonna be like a. I don't know. You're. I don't know if you looked into Ronald Reagan. When Ronald Reagan won, he had literally every state red.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had. It was a couple of blue states, but literally every state was with red under Ronald Reagan.
But also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go
He's
their
killing
way.
her in the popular
Interesting to
vote
look at
too.
Virginia, and sometimes these things
Said he
sort of
would
take
win
hold
popular
over
vote.
a period of
That's crazy.
time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his.
What'd you say now?
I had a conversation with one guy named MJ on my channel. I was like, he go win the popular vote in the Electoral College. He was like, no, man, I don't think so. So if he wins, I gotta get MJ back on my channel because he said I was crazy for that one.
Oh yeah, he's killing her.
Yet, if it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big
Or even
sign.
close,
for what
even
is
close,
happening.
Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet,
But
nor
but
Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold,
do we know what's outstanding
let's
in
just
Virginia?
talk to Bill
with
Hemmer because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's
Roanoke
Salem,
is
Virginia. That's where
red?
Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? You know, number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
Do you have a question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, Fairfax County? Is there another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they...
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia.
Harold.
It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected, okay? So there's still some vote out there, some vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up,
4 points.
Yeah, almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties, okay? This is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there, 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied, so maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on. Let's go here. All right, here we go.
Philadelphia County.
This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes? Right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? How many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay? Up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might be outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
crazy.
question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night.
Almost
We went
once.
from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way,
Sean.
all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
nobody missed that.
So what is, how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief, and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Pages of referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half. So, was it even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear a Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the incumbent.
Against Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier, back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if
I want to know, as time progresses, you guys take a look at the percentage being counted and the gaps being widened between Kamala and Donald Trump. Even in Pennsylvania, now they got 51% in. Are you seeing the gaps being widened? Now Donald Trump is at 50.6%. If we go back to Wisconsin, that gap was being widened. Donald Trump is taking the lead in Wisconsin.
Is that because of what you said before with them counting like the inner city ones first? And then...
Yep. And then people, like they mentioned before, early voting, usually Democrats take advantage of the early voting. And they didn't do that this time. I don't know if it was because people are not enthusiastic about Kamala Harris, or they're just waiting, or they just waited till today to go in to vote. Yeah.
I think the big thing was Donald Trump telling people to go out and vote early. I think that was a big strategy that I think should have did last time.
Yeah.
I think that helps. I mean,
God,
I should be. Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
What's it? Nationwide. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular vote.
And the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin. Okay, so go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day. Right, it's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay, so I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020. Here is Biden's number. So she's about, you do the math, 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to, like, drive the numbers up. And he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit. You know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry. Come on back here. Not for nothing. But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin.
They voted for him, man.
And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Wow. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
they're
is
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what it actually is.
Can I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%.
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald
71%.
Trump. To a point that Jesse...
One of my subscribers,
right. So
one of my subscribers said, Greg said, there's some glum faces on NBC.
Oh, you know what? I wanted to pull this up. Let me just pull
So I haven't even looked yet, but I'm sure, I mean, just right now, I'm sure they're scared. You know, it's not even over, obviously, but, you know, they're so paranoid. I'm sure Joy Reid if she anywhere.
This is about Joy Reid, but Cardi B just posted, "We need a Hail Mary."
Did you see her speech?
Horrible. It wasn't even a speech. It's like, she got paid for that speech.
Yeah, she was up there drinking water.
Let me.
I'm like, now you be up there shaking your behind.
I know. And then she said she was nervous. Come on.
Yeah, because you part of them the Diddy clan.
The Diddy clan. Colin Rugg, I follow him on X. If you guys are not following me on X, I'm under Chawanne B. But a lot of stories that I talk about during the channel, I pretty much get them from X. Colin Rugg, he's a news reporter, so he's one of the guys that I follow. But he just posted MSNBC. Joy Reid is looking increasingly more concerned. It appears to suggest that half of the country is sick.
Get them their diapers.
Right. She says, you just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Trump has said. Mass deportation. What's wrong with mass deportation? And a violent start to his dictatorship. What is she talking about?
They living in their own crazy world.
They're like,
you just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about, what does that say about us?
I think they love to gaslight the American citizens. I mean, if you really think about it, they're like literally gaslighting us.
Yeah.
And they're trying to act like we're the sick people because we don't want open borders. We don't want people pillaging our neighborhoods, our stores, our apartment buildings, so we're the sick people. You know
what it is? I think that they're just so surprised that people aren't buying their media coverage, and they're wondering why people are still voting for him and still want to consider him. They're like, well, we're saying that he's a threat to democracy, because that's all MSNBC covers is threat to democracy, Donald Trump. And they're just surprised that people don't believe him or believe them. And that's like, because you guys aren't telling the truth. Mm-hmm. I gotta say this. Mm-hmm. She looks like a chia pet. It's so bothersome to me. I have never seen I think she does this on purpose. Like, she got to be trolling me or something. Because she has looked worse and worse over the last year and a half. It looked like dirt on her head.
Does she look crazy though?
She looks
like something wrong with her mentally.
It looks like something is wrong with her. And that's why I'm like, is she doing this on purpose? Because she can find a hairstyle. You know what I'm saying? I've seen some other hairstyles she had that were good. Yeah. And then she just went off on this crazy platinum blonde thing, and just gotten worse.
She hates Donald Trump, but continues to cultural appropriate on his hair. She loves that blonde hair.
I'm gonna tell y'all this right now. And I'm gonna get off this topic, but I'm gonna listen to The View. If he wins, the first show I'm watching is
it's gonna be so hilarious.
I'm watching the readout in The View. I'm gonna tune in, popcorn. I might even tell my wife was watching in the basement on the big screen.
Yeah,
I can't stand them two programs.
Oh, liberal tears. Okay, this is gonna be entertainment. Entertainment.
Yeah, they were talking about, I can't understand why people are voting for him. Because we don't we don't think the same as you guys.
Yeah, we're not thinking of on emotions. Okay. Yeah. This was CNN interviewed a Puerto Rican. She was young. She was coming out of the polling place, and they asked her who she voted for, and she said, I voted for Trump. And the CNN lady was like, well, doesn't it bother you that he said those things about Puerto Ricans? And she was like, yeah, it doesn't bother me, but I'm kind of secure and I know who I am. You know, it does hurt my feelings, but not really, because I know I want a better future. And I believe Donald Trump is the person that will give us a better future. So
yeah, yep, I seen that, and
Yeah.
she wasn't thrown off because of that joke, but they wanted all Puerto Ricans to be like, that's why I'm not voting for Trump. Like they've been doing this for so long. They try to pick one thing why people are turning against Trump, and they're wondering why their move hasn't worked. And it's because it's not what you guys are saying. We know what he's already done. You can't erase that from us. You guys just keep coming up with little sound bites every couple of days of something he says. And then you look at the American people, say, did this work? Did that work? And we're like, no, it's not working. So that's just,
yeah. It doesn't work.
No.
Yeah. The View, Readout, I believe CNN, Abby Phillips, you ever watch her?
Yeah, I see clips with her and my man that's on there, the conservative guy.
Scott Jennings.
Yeah,
and
so
he always eat their asses up.
every time.
Every time.
Yes.
But Abby Phillips, I think I guess she's supposed to be a moderator, but she doesn't moderate. She just let them say whatever. But I think I'm going to watch that because I think that's going to be hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
And I forget what the guy's name, but he's gay. I think he's on MSNBC, the black gay guy. Do you know who I'm
you
talking
talking about he be wearing like the suits and stuff?
Suits with a sometimes bow tie and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to.
Democratic mayors and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it all depends on what's going on. You know, they'll flip flop, but they would never vote Republicans president.
Okay.
It's really never happens.
Okay.
You know, so.
All right, Pennsylvania.
All of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. At the last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break and.
Correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're seeing right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner.
You see Michigan.
What's that?
Do you see the numbers in Michigan now?
I just seen it turn red for a quick second. Let me see. Hold on.
Well, before, well, I can't rewind it.
Okay.
Before it was a wider gap. Look, he's winning in Wisconsin now.
Yeah. Yeah. So, come on, man. Come on, it's on my phone. 24%. And see, it's still pretty early. So yeah, he's up by like less than 1% right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they haven't. Well, looks like they got. Is that Detroit? Do they got Detroit in, or are they tallying Detroit?
Let me see.
Yeah, my phone is. This phone sucks.
Go to Michigan.
Yeah. Looks like they got Macomb in there. Macomb, Oakland County.
Look, Iowa just called. It's no way in hell she would have went like 55%. I think that's worse than what Biden did.
So that's yeah. What are they talking about?
Like, what the hell are you talking about? She has a chance. It's a game changer. Like, you sound like a damn fool.
I think they was just trying to hope that was gonna happen.
I think they was trying to rally up her supporters.
Yeah,
calling, putting stuff out there like the unrealistic stuff.
Yeah, because that wasn't even in play.
Yeah.
What's this? Oh, this is a popular logo. That's why. Let me go back over to this.
She has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
So she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still early, still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight, if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. And the question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There was a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number 1. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing 0.5 point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we're keeping track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near D.C. counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago, he said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years with the exception of 2016, they went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There, too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just on Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall, just for the sake of the audience, to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She has one big path. Yeah, he's got a few paths, but you got to get one of those.
Is that true, Bill?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, right. with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer, or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2. Well, we got to go a long way. So it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay. So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow. Okay, Maine,
Nebraska,
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But, maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
I just want to show you guys something. I don't know why they're so behind on their data. It looks like what I'm showing you right here, this is North Carolina. North Carolina, they're saying it's too early to call, but it's 85% of the votes in. Donald Trump is ahead 3 points, or almost 3 points.
Okay.
So, Michigan.
Yeah, it looks like he might still be behind in Michigan.
Michigan, he's behind in Michigan.
Yeah. She killed the county right now, but I think it was a small percentage of it. But
it's only 28% in Michigan.
So.
But, even in North Carolina, Donald Trump is leading. Or did I already say North Carolina? Oh, I wanted to go to Georgia. Georgia, Donald Trump is leading by 2 points. And they're saying they got 88% in, but I guess the counties that they're still counting are those larger, denser counties that could be blue. So.
That we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis, this age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there, but just note Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is in fact slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women. Underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20-plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Britt. It's a very seismic change.
Which means that if it comes down, as we now, I think, have agreed at this desk, that it does to those three blue wall states being her chance of victory, on a very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform, broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
and there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but, the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate, reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home, this is a very different race.
Hold on one second. David Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned, she could win 6 of 7. But he said 7 of 7.
He
Just
said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound, that there was, and
All right, we
even
gotta
up to early this
Well, all
evening.
the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues.
Who is this David Blaine person? He said she could win all 7. That's what poll he reading.
I wouldn't have said that. I mean, that's just kind of crazy. I mean, anything can happen, but all 7.
Yeah, Carrington said dead people may be voting too. Look, I'm afraid to go to sleep because you know what happened last time when you went to sleep. Trump was in the lead. You went to sleep, woke up. Damn, Joe Biden was president.
Yeah, all of a sudden something happened overnight.
Like what the hell? Donald Trump was in the lead. He lose.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm just like, I'm waiting till the very end, just like any kind of sports game. It's just all the way to the end. He got to get to 70. So it sounds like he may have a possibility in Wisconsin. Is that what it looks
Yeah,
like?
that's what they're saying. But Wisconsin, let me go back to the results on the map. Wisconsin, I don't know how many or what percentage they have in right now. It's too close to call. They only got 60% in right now, or 58%. He's up a point.
Yeah, so they're just saying if he gets one of the blue walls, then her chances
are done. Yeah,
pretty much
she has to actually solidify one of those to actually win.
Yeah. Now on that map, did they have Pennsylvania for her too, or was it for him in that scenario?
He's up. He's up. Yeah. Well, she will have to win in that map. I think she will have to win like all the battleground states for her to win. Yeah. I think that's what they were saying.
Let's see.
Yeah. I wanted to check out Virginia again.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like it's 80% in right now.
78% in, and Kamala Harris has the lead. Okay. They got 1 million votes remaining to count. So I guess it could be anybody's. I guess it all depends on where the votes are coming from. Oh, it just changed. Hold up. Let me go back.
Yeah, let me go. Which one are you on? You on NBC?
I'm on NBC. Yeah, she's up by 2 points in Virginia. Okay. Yeah, because you got to think about the urban population. They're the more dense population that'll be voting for, voting Democratic or whatever.
Yeah, 70%.
Did they already give her New Jersey? I think they did. Yeah, he's way behind in New Jersey, but they're saying it's too early to call. But he's like 4 points, 5 points behind in New Jersey.
Yeah, Virginia probably go to her. North Carolina is. All right, we'll see what's next. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, looks like they finally called California for it, or no? Is that what you see on yours, or
California?
193 on the NBC map. It shows that, but I don't know if they did call that or not.
They're saying it projected winner because it normally goes blue. Okay. Yeah, that's what it's saying on this. But they haven't counted any votes yet.
How about to say, all right.
Yeah. See, NBC is a little different because right now they're saying Donald Trump has 214.
So
Donald Trump needs. I know he probably would get Nevada. I think he would probably get Nevada. I think he would probably get Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna say Pennsylvania. And he might get Wisconsin too. So
Yeah.
Michigan, I don't know. It's up in the air.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying they don't think he'll get it, but I don't know. I'm optimistic about Michigan right now. I don't know why. But
Yeah, Michigan, they only got 30% in, and he's way behind right now. But it all depends. If they're counting, are these votes that's, let me go to the map.
that's or something first.
Yeah, like Wayne County, they got Wayne County in yet. Where's this? This is Lapeer. Let me just go. I need to change my reset so I could actually look at it. Macomb is only 15% in. Wayne, 92%. 92% Harris.
All them black folks.
All them black folks. The blind black folks.
Just vote for it. Just don't.
Just blindly vote for Kamala. They just probably check. You know how you could put straight party ticket.
Yeah, they just straight. Yeah.
Yeah, straight party ticket.
Terrible.
It's horrible, isn't it? But we got a lot of rural that hasn't been counted yet.
Yeah. So
like Lapeer, I think Lapeer is always in St. Clair. I'm not for sure about St. Clair, but Lapeer, I think that's red.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this kind of sneaks in where he at least narrows this gap.
Yeah, he'll narrow. On this Upper Peninsula, that's red.
Yeah.
Those haven't been counted yet either. But St. Clair, that's another heavy populated.
Yeah, so I don't know where it goes, but I know that's like right by my house, and I would think that would be
red, right? You think it'd be red?
Yeah, because it's not too far from like even going to Lapeer, but I don't know. I would assume so.
But we were surprised that Oakland was blue, but
Yeah, I was.
Even Washington, I think that would be more red than anything, but I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah, Ypsilanti, I think that's over there. Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor is in Washington now, isn't it?
Is it Ann Arbor in Washington?
Is that, I think.
Or is that Jackson? Oh, no, I think it's Washington.
Yeah, and I know Ann Arbor is Democratic.
Yeah, Democrat. Yeah, that's where the school and stuff is at.
Yeah, probably between Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I seen Grand Rapids was going to be a little blue because I was riding through there last week and I seen quite a few Harrison
Sound
than I normally see. And I was like, really? But yeah, hopefully he wins. If he can get Wisconsin, at least one of them, just take off one of them early. That way I can sleep a little bit better knowing that she can't get the blue wall. That'd be nice, but
you're gonna have nightmares.
I don't know if I can sleep just because it's like, goodness.
I can't sleep. I think I'm gonna do it all nighter. I cannot sleep.
I don't know.
Because I feel like if I close my eyes, they gonna pull something. Then I'm gonna be like, what the hell happened? Let me get to some of these comments very quick.
216.
Dewana is in the building. What's up, Dewana? Dewana said, looks like the powers that be are still deliberating I still think they selected 20 years ago. The script is already written. The popular vote doesn't matter. The electors do the selecting. Yeah. I was in a room today and we were talking about how they did the census. And the census in 2020, they did not account for the migration of people that moved from blue states to red states. And they did not change the electoral college either. So I forget who I was watching. I don't know. You ever watch Black Conservative Perspective?
Yeah, BCP, yeah.
Yeah. He I think he was reviewing or reacting to Ben Shapiro's video, and Ben Shapiro did a study on the 2020 census and how they didn't change the electoral college vote based off the migration from the red states, from the blue states to the red states. And they said, these close elections, like in these red states, even like say for instance, Donald Trump lost North Carolina by 0.5 or 1% or 1 basis points. They said they could actually use this, disputed based off this electoral college or based off the census. They could make a claim, hey, you never changed the electoral college based off the 2020 census, even and we could see that the population has increased in this area. And I think he mentioned maybe about 4 or 5 states, and they're like battleground states, the ones that flip flops.
Yeah.
He said it could be like maybe 6 or 7 electoral college votes to gain off of that if Trump loses the election. I don't know if you want to get that far, but like I said, I don't think we're going to have a repeat of 2020, only because I think he's going to win by a landslide. And number 2, Donald Trump, he's prepared now. He knows the lawyers. He already has the lawyers in place. I don't know if you read that he already sued Pennsylvania and won. Yeah, because they were closing down the early voting early.
Yes.
And they ruled in his favor. So
yeah, I think for sure he's way more prepared now, and I think like we just seen that one video of them catching the 1 ballots and they having to recount them.
Yeah.
Those things are more promising because who knows what they was pulling in 2020. So it's good that like he's more experienced now, kind of knows what's going on, and we could catch this stuff early.
Yeah. And another thing, I think the people that's over the election process, if someone claims that, oh, your election system is dirty, that's going to be a stain on your career. You do elections. You're probably not going to ever work in elections again because your reputations was ruined. And I think right now, they're really taking it more serious and crossing their T's and dotting their I's to make sure, they don't have any discrepancies, so nobody could come back and say, no, this looks kind of sketchy. We need to recount, or, what happened in this particular process, So Carrington or Lexi is saying the illegals cheating, and there was no way Trump could win. I guess you're talking about in 2020, because Carrington mentioned there's no way in hell she will win 7 battleground states unless there's cheating involved. And I'm saying the same thing. She already won New Jersey. Okay. Polly Market saying Trump odds is 92%. 92.
They just going.
Everybody going like doubling down on Trump, huh? I'm not going to go to sleep until the end. Me too, Carrington, because I don't want them to pull nothing over my eyes. I'm going to have to get my kids ready to school. I'm going to have tape over my eyes.
Yeah.
My husband probably going to be like, what the hell are you doing? Like, I cannot go to sleep until these elections are is called. Celeste says Trump just won Idaho. Okay. Poly market election forecast is 92.9. Trump in 7.7 Harris chances to win. To me, it just sounds so ridiculous. Like, she has 0 chances to win.
That's why I want him to snatch off one of those blue
Those
balls.
battleground states.
And I'll feel a little bit better. And then Pennsylvania, then I can say, all right, cool.
Yeah.
But he need to pick off one of those. Now that they told me that she can still win with that.
Yeah. Farouk is saying Jamie Raskin says he will not certify the election. He will go with the crybaby. They are. What'd you say?
No, go ahead.
They are also going to push the Russian collusion crap all over again. Yeah.
I reacted to a video yesterday of the video that I think Farouk might be talking about. With what his name? Yeah, Jamie Raskins was saying they was going to.
And Bill Mayer. It was a Bill.
Well, it might have been, but it was just a video of Jamie Raskin. He said something about Amendment 14, Section 3, and they would just disqualify him because of insurrection. And they were like, so even if he wins, we're going to try to find a way to disqualify him. And I was like, so even if he wins, there may be another hurdle that he has to get over, which is this one, which would make sense why they were trying to get him under this insurrection from the very beginning. Because I remember they were saying, well, he would never be able to run for president again after January 6th. So that's why they were whatever his name, Jack Silver or Jack Smith or whatever.
Jack Smith, yeah.
That's why they wanted to get that case on him so bad. If he wins, they can say,
you're disqualified. You can't. Yeah.
I'm like, man, these Democrats are so dirty.
Yeah.
So yes, I seen that video though.
Jamie Raskin. It's so funny because you're saying you're not going to certify the election, or you're going to find something within the 14th Amendment to disqualify Donald Trump, but you get mad at him over January the 6th.
See how it goes.
You know that's like you're being double-sided or whatever. It's like why it doesn't make any sense.
They do.
Yeah. Let me go back to Fox. Let me see what they're doing.
Yeah. So Idaho is only about like 4 electoral votes. Looks like. So I don't know if they've caught it for him yet, but
Michigan 62% in. Or no, that's Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, Donald Trump is still up in Wisconsin. Let's see Michigan again.
Yeah, it looks like Michigan, he's behind about 3.
He's moving up. He's inching closer.
Yeah, he's down by just 3. Jill Stein got about 11,000 votes. So she's got 0.6. So I would think that would hurt Harris. Because a lot of Arab Americans were talking about voting third party.
Oh, Jill Stein. Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
And they normally vote Democrat.
And some they endorsed Donald Trump, Hamtramck, mayor, and some of the Islamic leaders in Dearborn.
Yes. Yep.
Endorsed Donald Trump.
Which is that's huge.
Yeah, that is very huge. It's very huge. Let's see. Okay, they're back.
Has been basically a red state for quite some time, and sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought at the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Marino was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue. These 3 Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, Don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't. Brett, the answer is a resounding, unfortunate for me, yes. I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority. $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
And
there.
we're, one seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down.
Just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 points. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's the similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan. And there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote.
This post, they're saying Jessica Tarlov says some of the numbers coming in for Donald Trump are jaw-dropping, specifically with Latino voters. It is Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you are having in the last, I don't know if you ever listened to her, but she was she's on gut feel sometimes. And I don't know is she a Democrat?
I think so, yes.
Okay, that's why, because she was kind of getting like snarky and snippy with the what's her name? Shapiro?
Oh, yeah,
Jeannie Shapiro. Yeah, she was getting smart with her. They was having some type of conversation. She kind of got mad because Jeannie was basically saying, like, what world are you living in? Because she was like, oh, you got to resonate with women and do, what the Democrats always say. But anyway, this is what she had to say today.
It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they message to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning, we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
She sounds kind of like scared to me.
She does. They most of them do.
Yeah.
We are hearing.
This is your girl, Abby Phillips.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment. Yeah.
I'm glad they had to. I don't know if you heard of Odom. That's his name. I forget what his last name is, but he's a YouTuber. He's a Republican, but he was going to Kamala Harris rallies versus Donald Trump rallies. He was just doing a comparison. Yeah. And he did say, Kamala Harris rallies be lit. They be having a DJ, and, it's almost like this euphoria. Like, this is a dream that we selling you, but, we want you to have fun. This is a party, but your life sucks, basically.
Yeah.
And he said, he didn't reveal that he was from a different party, only because he's seen that if you reveal that you're from, a Republican and you're just trying to figure it out, he said they get really angry and kind of violent with you. So that's why he didn't say he was a Republican. But as far as he went to Trump's rally, he said they're more serious or whatever, and more, about the issues. It's still fun to be at, but they're more accepting.
Yeah.
So he said he saw like it was different people that was like Democrats and saying, "Oh, I'm just trying to figure it out." And they, accepted people with open arms, versus Democrats. They're like more less, they don't tolerate anybody that thinks differently than them, you know. So they still on break.
So Georgia is at 90% expected vote. Trump is still up by about 2.
Mm-hmm.
So estimated remaining is 534,000.
Which state is this?
Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. Are they still counting Fulton County? Is that why they haven't called it yet?
Let me see. Which Toombs? Is that Toombs County? I think.
I don't know where that's at.
Yeah, I think. Well, it looks like it's 1, 2, 3 open spots. What's this other spot? Clinch County. What that is. What's this one? Brooks County. So maybe those might be those little rural areas, but it looks like those are the 3 counties left. 534,000. And
I don't know what's over there in those.
I don't know either. Now it says
I think those probably rural. It's that close to Tennessee?
It's further down.
Further down. Those might be Republican, though. Those might be red.
So now it says estimated 487,000, and he's up by almost.
Carrollton said Toombs County is not far from Savannah. Carrollton, is Toombs red or blue? I guess Savannah would probably be blue, huh? Or maybe purple.
They got 2 counties left now, so they looks like they just finished up. They got Clinch County left and Brooks County. So Toombs, which one was the one I just clicked on there? Now I can't remember. It's red though. A lot of it is red. Yeah, they only got 2 counties left, Clinch County and Brooks County, and he's up in Georgia right now.
He's up by 2 points, right?
Yeah, 2 points, almost 3. Like he's at 50.9 and she's at 48.2. Let me see. Oh, let me see Toombs. I don't know. I can't see it.
Wouldn't that be funny if they called California for Kamala and we wake up tomorrow morning and be Trump? Because I saw a video with Trump flags lined up, on their cars.
Yeah.
But that would be hilarious. Oh, look, that lead is widening in Michigan. It's only 32% though.
Okay. Let's say. I'm hoping I'm right, but I don't know.
At the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem. And I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with. And that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor. Yeah. She said, I'm the top cop. She, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm 436. I see the error of my ways. I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people
but you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Gianno, Kayla McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bill's at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now. Yeah. Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. Just want to point out two things in Wisconsin, and I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago on a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is outperforming, overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower. But on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see with the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially are saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the morning.
That reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton
Martha.
in 2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out, and everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
and we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
It's a lot of her underperforming. They're talking about that a lot.
Yeah. I think she is underperforming in these urban cities, either because of the turnout or people are just sick and tired of these Democratic policies. They're just tired of, Democrats lying to them all the way up to they cast a ballot and then they don't hear from them in the next 3.5 years. Until they got to get reelected again. And people are tired of that crap. And then if you really think about it, Harris, she did not do herself a favor. If I was Kamala Harris, somebody should have told her, you need to disassociate yourself from Biden, because he had a horrible approval rating. She should have said, I know I was the support for the Biden-Harris regime, but under my leadership, this is what we're going to do. I feel this way. I think he should have did this differently, and she should have separated herself early on, and she didn't. Wasn't brave enough to make that call, and I don't even think I wouldn't even use the word brave enough. I think she wasn't intellectual enough to make the call.
A lot of people were saying it too. A lot of people on the media stations were saying, she needs to separate herself. She couldn't do it.
Yeah, she didn't do it. She just continued to. She had plenty of opportunities to separate herself, because even when she was on The View, they asked her what would have she done differently, and she was like, "Well, I don't think I would have done anything differently." Like, what?
Yep.
Nothing. After people saying you suck and Joe Biden suck.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't trust her too.
Yeah. I think that's another. I think there's many factors to it, and I think that's one of them. A lot of people don't trust because they've heard what she said before, and then they're noticing she's not giving a lot of detail. She's being very vague, and so I think they're just like, you're not believable, and I think that is a thing too.
Yeah, I think since she's being very vague and being disingenuous, and then with the whole, you knew Biden wasn't, his mental faculties wasn't all there, but you lied to the American people for us to believe that, oh yeah, Joe Biden is as sharp as a tack,
Yeah, all those lies.
Yeah, all the lies that they was telling us, and like I said, she continued to not disassociate herself from Biden, and I think that's half of the reason why people are not voting for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's a lot of other stuff.
Yeah,
with Kamala.
But I find it funny that a lot of what he's describing in the numbers is that she's not meeting expectation. Trump is at least improving, which is a good sign. So, but then listening to Harold,
that 270. One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kayleigh, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know him, we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? For years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, A, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to
Katie, I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they are getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan, he still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah, you're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. You don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight.
They're probably like,
Peter.
no!
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on
Peter
TV,
Doocy,
but
he a
we have been
beast.
here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by.
Kamala
Joe
getting
Biden
drunk.
is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races. that he has really not been a part of. He's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? Don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
So, okay,
you have
all I'm saying,
RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works. The only thing I'm saying is Bret Baier wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be, it's time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he's built this coalition, it looks like tonight. But it's going to take more than that. I'm one, as a Democrat, willing to work with him if he wants to do that. But it's going to take each side wanting to do it.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate.
The red wave is coming.
51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
You can't outrun it.
This is Nebraska, where Fox News can now
You
project
can't
that
hide from it.
Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Brit Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their holding on there.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, like for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say, he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's
and
also
this happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell
Sure.
from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this, the word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9.
Incredible.
Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly. And,
manufacturing
they all
jobs.
appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade.
No.
There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time. Possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the state Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
Good right now. It's like 93% in, and he's still up by about 2 points in Georgia. So that can be good. That would be a nice one. I might be able to sleep a little bit better with that.
Yeah. There was another post. Let me share this with you. Now, Joy Reid is blaming white folks for not showing up to vote.
Come on now.
She mad at the white folks. Our good white people. She mad at them. Listen, listen to this.
Reproductive rights, where there was it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
She sound like a damn fool, don't she?
Maybe if she ran on more things than just abortion,
abortion.
We'll blame white women for this.
And how about these suburban white women might be married and abortion is not their concern. They're not trying. They're not using abortion as a form of birth control. No. So that is so funny. I thought that was hilarious.
Are they saying that they could? Because I heard Georgia is supposed to be better this year. Are they saying that they may get Georgia tonight, or no?
Yeah, I think. And reason being, Donald Trump is overperforming in urban areas. Oh, you know what? This is what I wanted to show you. In Michigan, this is what I wanted to show you guys. In Michigan, Donald Trump is overperforming. Look at Wayne County. Let me see.
Get out of here. Hold on. What?
Wayne County.
I didn't look at
It's only well, let me refresh this because it might be.
Because I think we're at like 40% of the vote right now.
Well, only in Wayne County, they only got 15% of the vote in. Yeah, but it's saying that he's pulling in like 36 or 36% of the vote in Wayne County.
And normally, what does he pull in? What did he pull in before?
I think it was like 70. Biden was 75 or something. It was really astronomical in Wayne County. Biden ended up taking. I had to go back, but Wayne County, even Oakland County, even though it's blue, I don't know if Harris is underperforming or Trump is overperforming, but whatever it is, this is why Donald Trump is he still has the lead. And these are, even though the counties are not counted fully yet, these are urban areas where, Donald Trump don't necessarily does great in, you know, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, Georgia is a state that he's overperforming in these urban areas, and they didn't think that he would be performing this great, but he is, you know. So
he's doing pretty good in Georgia right now. So boy.
I need for them to call Georgia. I don't think we're gonna see Michigan until tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
It's still like 3 million votes or something too.
Yeah.
And they just closed at 9, so.
Yeah, they just closed at 9. So
Yeah, if they call Georgia, that's 16. I mean, that would be my bad might be off. 32-16. So, they'd be like 248-ish right now. But unless he gets another one. Yeah. So she's depending on this entire wall to win. That's it. That's her monopoly piece that she wants to get. She wants to get those 3. But all he has to do is crack one of the wall. If he gets
right now, the campaign though is still maintaining that none of
They
her
might as well call
paths to
Georgia,
270 have
93%.
closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted, and maybe give them everyone waiting sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pig camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
You see all those black folks there?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were 2 stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight, because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this. Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that. If I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work.
Jackie don't know who
Jackie too young. Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that in 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave, grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, you know, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of rule of law, what kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the word law is used 6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th, or after the 4th of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, look, Sean may be right, maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, I mean, Mike Rogers is up. Yeah. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is as decisive a victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this. Is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, you know, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down tonight.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
You know, the other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue. If you're a single issue voter, but if you looked at all of the polls, it said it was down below. It wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this. We ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely weakest. And one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
There's a limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in a certain direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, I believe she went on a rival network, and the first question that was asked of her was, what's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed? And she punted the question, saying she just wanted it to be bipartisan. How you don't say border security? How you don't say I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here, or presidential race obituary until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I had not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said, made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment. And I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate. And we'll see what happens with the House. But Again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't.
But
And there is the
headed in-
caveat, but
we're-
Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
Right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania.
and
We're
you-
waiting on
yeah.
Wisconsin. We're waiting on Michigan.
You
But
can ask.
why Georgia, do you think?
Let me pop on down there. Had a nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I can come back to it. All right, so here's Georgia. All right. And here is the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the vote still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
No, it's okay. No, what I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the vote's outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit, all right? Only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not, that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the southwest while I got you guys. And let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while, too. But look, if you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
What'd you say?
I feel like Georgia's next.
Yeah, Georgia's going to be next. I want to show you guys something. Cenk Ungar.
Oh, my goodness.
He's flipping out. He's about to blow a gasket.
Harris is not winning. And the people, having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina?
76.
Why they got the flame going behind this? Let me start it over.
Having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina?
76.
76% reporting. You're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah. By the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong. Having said that, what percentage are?
He's always flying off the handle.
He is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they losing it. They trying to act like they don't know why people are voting on things that actually affect them compared to what y'all been talking about for so long.
Oh yeah, they're trying to force feed. Oh, but you gotta stand up for women's rights, because of your daughters and your mothers. No, abortion? What are you talking about? That's all they talked about during this whole campaign. They didn't talk about job security, closing the border, your economic growth. They talked about handouts, but, people, your normal day-to-day people are working. They have jobs, so they just lost touch.
Yeah, Democrats don't listen.
They don't listen.
Let's look at Battleground, Pennsylvania.
This is CNN.
Look at, I just want to show you something, bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more, right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships, but in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming, and look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His vote is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at Battleground, Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to Battleground, Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas, he's getting more. The same over here in Battleground, Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
I mean, it's undeniable. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what would they say? Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. So.
Numbers don't. Yeah. You can't lie about these numbers. Yeah. Now, it would be interesting to see. I don't know. Do you know what percentage points they need to be in to dispute the,
Yeah, I'm not sure what that number is.
Okay.
I'm sure it's probably got to be really small. Though.
Yeah, I think it has to be small.
And I have heard of them disputing like a 0.5 or something like that. Like it's super small.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying, that Trump's got to win in big numbers so that she can't dispute it.
She can't dispute it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Celeste is saying, yes, Joy is panicking. Keratin is saying Kamala had literally 4 years to get that done. She's done her and Joe. They're done. Yeah.
I mean, it's looking like that so far. Like I said, I think if they called Georgia today, and I don't know about Wisconsin, those two right there, it's
over.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's done for her.
Yeah.
So I'm noticing a lot of talk of how Trump can win and how she's losing. And so at this point, I hear defeat in Harold's voice. He just sounds defeated. And I didn't get to hear really what Gene Plasky was saying. I was hearing a little bit, but they on MSNBC, they're all just like kind of playing this little blame game thing right now. So
yeah.
And then at Harris HQ, you could hear that she said it's silence here. People are leaving, like they're deflated.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? You can't. I think they were hopeful and optimistic because of the rhetoric. When you're in media, okay, you're your bullhorn. And then the people are coming to you and saying, yeah, they're agreeing with you because you're stuck in the silo. Yeah. And I think they refuse to listen to the other side. And I think that's what caused Kamala to lose horribly. Yeah. You know, if she kind of would have switched up and started listening and maybe switched up her messaging, maybe I think she still would have lost, but not as bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
Let me see, what are they talking about now?
I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make
this crowd erupts, and when
they call
erupt,
Tennessee.
it is based on a call you're making, and it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete. There's probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but some. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania, as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference.
Not a
in Michigan.
difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Karl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit changed. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all 4 of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close.
That's
that
when
there's
they was
vote coming
cheating.
in. There was, some conversation over how much of the remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about.
But she
One,
still won't
and
win.
Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already,
let it go,
Nebraska
lady.
second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150.
This lady is delusional. Like, really, she's delusional.
Yeah. It's
50,000 votes.
On.
Like, what are you smoking?
Yeah.
Votes in Philadelphia County. I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've said, where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction. And she represents the party in power. To me, it's, it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given
the
that
party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like, Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britt and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listened to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more.
Bruh, look at Michigan now.
Let me see.
I got it on the screen. Look at it now.
Am I tripping? I can't see it. Oh, Michigan.
Yeah.
Wow. 52.
Exactly. I think it's like 55% in, but Come on now, that lead is widening. It's getting larger and larger.
Well, we heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing, and you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing and little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So it'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, fascist. And yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he has made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go
Pennsylvania,
ahead.
we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote.
Yeah.
Which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay. So where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay. So hold on that moment here. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin Wyden out there, Mitt. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right. That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting.
Thank you, Bill.
We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walz's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Harris is a sore loser.
We're going to see all that joy leave.
Yeah, she's a sore loser.
Bam. We got it. They caught it.
Oh, they called
Just stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily, but this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988. that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a
I
call.
think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go
They
to
should have
former
been called
President
that.
Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote, 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these, swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan, in particular, as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or 2. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, But she really did seem to underachieve amongst African American males, especially young African American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, you know, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. You know, there were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit. I
mean, we've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. You know, the FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, you know, that he's going to get 15% of the African American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
It was a, what we go here?
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much?
Yeah.
It's 99% in, or 90? What did you say?
90,
99%.
statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, you know, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
there was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. What they call.
While they're talking about that, I want to share this other post with you guys. It says, just in, CNN Van Jones is on the verge of tears. Says trans kids' faces are being used as springboards. What? These are African American women who know little bit about being talked down to. They know about having their economic dreams crushed. If you are part of that, what is he talking about? Okay, let's see what he's talking about.
Once again, I hear what you're saying, and I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy.
I told you they was going to change it to this.
Yeah.
Harris is losing. Now it's racism.
Yeah. Terrible.
And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do.
Oh my God! It's all the black women, put a one in the chat if you feel like you don't belong someplace. Put a one in the chat. Since Harris lost, now your shoulders are slumped over, and you don't belong in society, in the U.S. society. Oh my God, this is horrible.
And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy.
They should be, because they're over here illegally. Like, what are you talking about? Don't have papers. Some kid that don't have papers. No, they're illegal aliens.
It's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
Thank you. Let's go back to his face when he started talking. Look at this guy's face. The white guy. He like, I got to sit during this bullshit.
Oh, man.
He look like this some bullshit. I got to listen to this man.
Military guy, too. He don't care.
He don't care. All that boo-hooing crying. But he had a valid point. I wish it was a longer snippet of it. He had a valid point. How do you know black women didn't vote Trump in? This is the problem.
The perception is crazy.
They don't understand that, black men and black women, probably 25% of those people or that demographic probably voted for Trump.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Or even the Latinos. They already said the Latinos is 50-50. And usually it's like 80-20. So here's Roland Martin face right now.
Oh God. Oh yeah, that's probably how he looking.
He like
yeah, roly poly.
Roland Martin crying. Let's see. I think they're about to go to break.
Did they just call on? I thought I seen something.
And Trump, is New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Oh my gosh. It was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting,
he gets it.
Which could take a while to post a number here.
Like
Nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting here. In Michigan, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here.
Killing her.
Estimated somewhere, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. Maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here, and Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a litlittle more as we go into the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden.
Trump was doing way better.
Okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears,
underperforming.
It appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point. It's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in. But Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way, and I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. we're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine, we're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see over there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there.
What'd you say?
I said I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. Give me some.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure I link your YouTube in the description section. You guys give Jay Jones a follow, and his YouTube is in the description section or the comment. I said description section, the comment section. Yeah.
Appreciate it so much. I'm gonna go ahead and give me some rest so I can go to work tomorrow. But I'm still gonna have this on. So.
Okay. And shout out your social. What's
Yes. So social media is going to be Real Estate J Jones. So Real Estate and Jones is spelled with a Z, Jonez. And then YouTube J Jones, same thing. So I'm on those two platforms.
All right. Well, thank you for stopping through, and Trump 2024. Peace.
We almost there. So
we almost there.
All right, cool. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. You too.
Yep.
If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump.
Has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only
I'm
a
saying
quarter
to you,
of black
no,
men.
I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature he portrays.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because we offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
Look, I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up of support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work, did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women, we still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
This is a red wave. I mean, what more can you say about this? This is a complete red wave, and they can't deny this. Let me just look at some of these numbers for you. It looks like Pennsylvania is at 93%. I wonder when they're going to call it. 93%, they're saying it's still too close to call, but 93%, I mean, they have, I guess, of almost 500,000 votes remaining, and Trump only leads by 200,000. So I could see them not calling that. I know Michigan is nowhere near to be called. Elon Musk is saying he has a record usage on the platform. And you see they're clearing out from Harris' campaign. Now, what do you guys think about Harris not speaking? I think she's a sore loser. I would not have people show up to my campaign party, win or lose. I still would have showed up. You know, that's something you do. So either Harris is somewhere drunk or she's fuming mad. And she's probably playing, you see how CNN and Young Turks and MSNBC is trying to find somebody to blame? Blame yourself. How about we blame Kamala Harris' campaign? She did not, how about we just blame Kamala Harris? She did not resonate with nobody.
But a lot of them, turnout just exceeds your expectations. So you see that.
Yeah, I can take a picture.
This is where it breaks.
You want to do this side of the bus?
Yeah.
I don't know why I kept on stopping, but how about you just blame yourself? I mean, you're trying to blame everybody else besides yourself, and you know it's sad that you can't realize, or you know, I guess in hindsight maybe they will actually review what was their downfall in running this campaign, but she had a lot of mistakes. Even though she started in the game late, she refused to acknowledge, you know, the actual people that were, you know, actual Americans. She thought she could, you know, force elites and stars down people's throat, and she thought, you know, have a good party and a dance party and people will vote for her. It's really ridiculous. So those star-studded events, those millions of dollars that you spent on Beyonce and Cardi B and Bruce Springsteen, all those elitists, it didn't work. Jake Tapper, this was about 40 minutes ago. They're saying a new Jake Tapper and John King stand like confused fools after they told that only 100,000 votes remain in Georgia, with Trump leading by 120,000. The math just not be their thing. This is Pamela Brown.
And I'm told this is a county that went to Biden in 2020.
You could. There you go. Pamela, what do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly.
Well, it's saying breaking news. They just called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Let's see what they're saying. Oh, my bad. Oh. Let me see. NBC didn't call it yet. Maybe Fox has. For some reason, if you don't stay on this, it doesn't go through the ads, which is stupid. If I don't stay, keep it on my screen. Let me pull this out. I'm trying to find where they call Pennsylvania. Maybe, let's see.
Is elected again. Basically, you can just write America off. Like, America's
They
just going to
just
fall
called
apart.
it. Yeah.
That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities like leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being president, Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight, obviously, proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about them in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in, don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. The revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party.
I think probably a far more durable party, and he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm in his term.
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
You're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of
elevated in this
criticism.
moment.
Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered
Yes,
voters?
he's in court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
and
same
then she's
affliction
fluxed out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Kevin, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win, and I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
Oh, they're there. And he's definitely
his
there.
A lot of people are still up.
The question is, how much of the national TV audience is?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision, and decisions clear the way for harmony and peace.
You know,
but there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. When Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR. How he was going to be the next FDR.
He was going to out-Obama Obama. Remember that? Yep. Well, in my view, that was he would have been if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis,
there's Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona. They haven't called those yet. In Alaska, of course, Alaska is going to go to Donald Trump. So those are the states that's left. Michigan is probably going to go to Donald Trump. Wisconsin, it looks like Donald Trump is going to take that one. Let me just share this with you.
My highway is not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is the Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York.
So NBC haven't even called theirs yet, which is kind of weird. They got 96% in and they haven't called yet. It's stupid. Right now, Michigan, he's demolishing Kamala in Michigan. He got an 8-point lead. 70% in. I mean, it has to be some... Well, they got 1.7% of the votes remaining. But if you think about demographics, the way he's performing in some of these counties, especially these larger counties, he's getting like 40% of the vote. So even if, they say he'll get 40% of the vote, I don't see how that would take her over the top. Anyway, so Michigan, more likely Michigan will beat Donald Trump. His gap is widening. I don't see how she's gonna win that. And Minnesota, they just called for Kamala, right? Is that what they just did? It's funny how they called Minnesota for Kamala and they still got, 77% of the vote. I guess that's safe to call. I'm not for sure. But they have almost 800,000 votes left. And Kamala only leading by 125,000 votes. So I don't know why they would call Minnesota already. Or did they call Minnesota? Or was that Wisconsin? I think they called Minnesota, right? because that's where Governor Walz is from. Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is leading by 4 points. That's what it looks like. Donald Trump is leading by 4 points. So in Wisconsin, I'm surprised they don't call this in. Let me see. He has her about 125,000. It's 327,000 remaining. This is an upset. This is a total upset. Raduku, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I believe this election is a wrap. We could just say this election, they tied this bow on it. Let me see if I could go to my news feed, because I want to share you guys my predictions, what I thought would happen. So you guys just prepared. They're probably going to start rioting or protesting tomorrow because they're having a meltdown. I projected that. I said he'll win Minnesota too. And Virginia. So, but he didn't win Virginia. But I said he was going to win Michigan and Wisconsin. I'm saying he's going to win Nevada and Arizona. I don't know why I put New Mexico on here. I didn't mean to put that on there. But anyway, I'm off probably by 18 points. Well, I could say 28 points. I think he probably will get like 340. They're back. Let's see what they're talking about.
And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to
common
jump back.
sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President
Time to make
Trump
a change, you guys.
overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he didn't really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former President, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're going to get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees, who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remember that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never Trumpers soon enough, and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to. They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country
Yes,
forward.
but he will
I
be.
agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the
And she
people
didn't
around
earn
him
it.
have to be gracious too. I think he will. I
Well,
don't
that's a
know him as well
different
as you, but
issue.
I
Yeah,
hope
that's a
the people
different
around him
question.
can be gracious as
That's
well.
a different question.
We can always hope.
It will come from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The
Rogan
final
and Musk and the rest of them.
You guys, I want to cut them off, but it's saying on my X post that CNN is refusing to call the race. It's saying CNN is refusing to call the 3 blue wall states despite the fact that Kamala Harris is essentially mathematically eliminated. That's Pennsylvania. I could see them not calling Michigan, but Wisconsin. Pennsylvania should have been called. It's 95% in. I don't know what they're doing. Wisconsin is 90% in. Okay, what are you waiting for? But they're saying they're refusing to call it in. And this is what they're saying on CNN.
It is election night in America, and Americans have voted, and the votes are being counted. Let's look at the electoral vote math right now. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. So let's look at those states that remain outstanding. Pennsylvania, outstanding in so many ways. Donald Trump has 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 193,000 vote lead there, with an estimated 95% of the vote counted in that great Commonwealth. In Michigan, the Wolverine state, Donald Trump 52.2%, Kamala Harris 45.9%. Donald Trump with a 253,000 plus vote lead with 71% of the estimated vote. in the great state of Michigan. In Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51.3%, Kamala Harris 47.2%. Donald Trump leading by more than 121,000 votes, with an estimated 90% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. John King, those are the three blue wall states. They remain uncalled as of now, but Donald Trump leads in all three.
Right. Blue wall states uncalled, but the blue wall states are red as we get to approaching 2 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. Just turn it red. Come on now. It's just like you going through the rigmarole, not calling it, and you know he's going to win. He has such a substantial lead. Just stop it with the madness. I'm trying to wait for Donald Trump to get to the stage. Let's see what's going on. They're talking now.
Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
I just want you guys to look at how many men is out there, and young men that's out in this crowd. I mean, you see some gray hairs and bald heads, but when they spanned over that crowd, it looked like a lot of young men that was out, you know. So, I mean, Donald Trump did an excellent job reaching those voters that they thought he couldn't reach before. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcast. It is there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation? And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, 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 you can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee.
Somebody put in the chat what the House looked like. I'm assuming you're talking about the Senate House. It looks like Republicans right now, they're at 196. Democrats is at 168. It looks like a net gain of 2 seats. And they still have races that have not been called. Some in Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, Maine, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I don't know why they haven't called the Pennsylvania one. It's 98% in. I don't know. They got Texas. They got 2 in Pennsylvania district. Well, 2 in Pennsylvania that have not been called. Iowa is probably too close to call, maybe, but it's 98% in. So yeah, like I said, 196 to 168, and right now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let me count that over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more projected winners, Republican winners. So 9 plus 6 is 215. That's at 215 right now, and they're all pretty close. They're all pretty close, so they haven't called them yet. So that's what it looks like. Let's see what they're saying on Fox.
To be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? He's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think you look. I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, I was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost an opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line, to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah. Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of that is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View. And a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah. I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave. And he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
You know, Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his
he will
polls
make
went
will
up.
be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will
Mike
be
Johnson.
a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
there. You see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn and his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic working.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't win
And
people
narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything.
No, I was saying that the guy who did he want to win, Kamala Harris, is like, I know he's a Democrat, but come on, like, you knew Kamala Harris did not have a serious chance of winning the presidency. because she is not a smart person. So I thought it was laughable that he actually thought Kamala Harris had a chance. To me, it's hilarious.
About the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But you know, Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout.
That's right, they
for
did.
the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president.
Yeah, we're
the
seeing
presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and with the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning of 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I would remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton? She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. Good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right. Attractive guy.
But Sam Brown was left essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80%.
He's a military guy.
How much? It renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin? Standing by.
Where's Bill?
There's Newt Gingrich and Callista Gingrich waiting there.
Where's Bill Hammer?
There's Mike Waltz and his wife there, all expected to be a big part, perhaps, in a second administration. The former president had hats made with 45-47.
He's been wearing his
campaign.
for a while, yeah.
He's been wearing for a while. Now it is true. Harold Ford?
He will win the popular vote. He's likely going to win the electoral vote. The Dow has jumped 800 points in futures this evening. They give you some excitement around, to give you a sense of the excitement that investors have. And again, I think this speech tonight, the tone tonight, I'm just to be repetitive, because I hope the president's watching. And like you said, Kaylee, he might be watching us here and there. I hope it's what you said. I hope this is a moment to let the country, because we've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win and it appears that we're going to have a decisive win, to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
You think so?
Well, we should. I mean, Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And that plan you stand up next to you and just feel I love this love that lasts the relaxation.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? It's crazy. But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Yes.
And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Woo!
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words, sir.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. No, he is. No, he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC, and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made, promises kept, and he has a big agenda ahead. He thanked a lot of people on that stage and said success will bring us together. Trying to bring the country together after what is a bruising, damaging, very vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up-and-comer, that guy.
Have you met him? Have you heard
I think
about
he's
him?
an up-and-comer.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
He did. But he did the dismount, and now he goes on to be president-elect of the United States once again.
It's an extraordinary story, an absolutely phenomenal political comeback for Donald J. Trump, who will be the 47th president of the United States when he is inaugurated on January the 20th. And he said that God spared him from those assassination attempts in order to lead the country. He said success will bring us together, and he said it was an honor and he thanked everyone involved and thanked the American people for tonight's outcome.
We have no indication that Vice President Harris has made a phone call. We're trying to get confirmation that there has been any concession. We don't have any word that that has happened. We were told by her campaign that she's going to wait till tomorrow to do something and to respond to all of this, but no phone call, as we can tell right now. We're going to wrap up with our panel: Harold Ford Jr., Katie Pavlich, Mark Thiessen, Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, and Trey Gowdy. It's almost 3 a.m.
You know what they all are.
Just come on. You're fine. Harold, final thoughts.
I'll be brief. The next few days, I think, are really, really important for the country, for Democrats, for the leadership in my party to reach.
Yeah, there you have it, folks. President-elect number 47, Donald Trump. Like I said, I knew it was going to be a landslide. I thought they were going to call some more states. It looks as if they're saying Michigan is still too close to call. They have 80% of the votes counted, almost a million, a little bit over a million remaining to count. But Donald Trump has a significant lead, a 7-point lead. So we know he has Michigan. Let's take a look at, let me just share this with you. Just before we get off so we could know what to look at tomorrow. So if we take a look at Wisconsin was another one that they didn't call yet. Where's Wisconsin at? They have not called Wisconsin, but it looks like Donald Trump is still leading with a 4-point lead, and they have 93% remaining. I think they should call this one because he has almost 200,000 votes. You know, so he leads by 200,000 votes. And then I believe Nevada, we probably won't get that for a few days, right? Nevada, they got 93% in. Donald Trump, he's leading by 6% in this one, or 5%. 93% is in. Okay, this one is real close. This one's a really close race. They have 350,000 ballots remaining, which doesn't make sense unless this number is off. I think these numbers are off because this doesn't make any sense. They're saying that only 7% is remaining, and it's 350,000, but Donald Trump has 565 and Kamala Harris has 514. 7% of a million is what? That will be less than 300,000. So maybe that number is off slightly. And then we have, what other one that they didn't call? Nevada and Arizona. Trump has a slight lead in Arizona, and they have they only counted 54% in Alaska. Alaska is not counted yet. Only 56%, but he has a significant lead over Kamala Harris, about a 15-point lead over Kamala Harris. So, I mean, we could expect to see these results, filter in throughout the week or the rest of the week. But we could just, we know Donald Trump has won. Okay. Donald Trump is our 47th president. Okay. So you guys, I really appreciate you tuning in and staying up until 3 o'clock? This is a new for me, 3 o'clock in the morning. But I couldn't go to sleep without somebody calling something just shoring up. I actually, I wouldn't have been able to go to sleep if I didn't really know what the race was, where was it going. And I was very confident that Donald Trump was going to win. But, like last time in 2020, we woke up, Donald Trump was winning. Then we woke up like, oh, no, he lost. Like, what? So anyway, that's why I couldn't sleep. But you guys tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow on Chawanne Burns 2.0 channel. It is my unpopular opinion podcast. Live at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So tune in for that show. I believe we do have some Puff Daddy stuff that we want to talk about, and some other stuff that's going on that we'll probably touch. And also, I will be going on live for my Business Talk podcast, and that is at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time on this channel. So I appreciate, I can't even talk in the morning. I appreciate every single last one of you. I am sending all my good to you. I will talk to you in a few hours.